Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the University of Arkansas Rome Center. First of all, I have to bring greetings on behalf of our director, Francesco Bedeschi, who is not in the country at the moment, and so he just wish to all of us a fruitful and insightful conference, and he's very pleased, as we are, to welcome you all here in this historic location, which for over 35 years has served as a cultural and academic bridge between the United States and Italy. So thank you for coming. You here in presence, and welcome to all of you who are following us from home remotely. We are actually arrived to the fourth edition of Aiwac. Adelina Modesti and myself are very honored to have a cohort of, in this edition, as well as also to the other ones, a cohort of renowned scholars, colleagues who participated to Aiwac 2024, which for logistic reasons has been shifted in the middle of November, because usually it is we have done it in the middle of October. This year topic is love, marriage, and desire, the civic and juridic status of women from antiquity to modernity, acquiescence, resistance, and destabilization. Well, every year at the end of the conference, me and Adelina, just in front of a very good glass of wine and relaxing, start thinking about the next year conference. And last year, because of the stimulating talks and reflection we had been exchanging with the scholars for the days of the conference, it came out this idea of talking about, again, love, marriage, and desire. And Fabio, we can switch to the presentation, please. Thank you. And we just bumped into this painting by Jacob van Loo, a 17th century Dutch artist, Amaryllis crowning Mirtillo. And as we can all see, it's a group of women having fun in a pastoral and bucolic environment. And apparently, right in the foreground, there are two women kissing. But if we look at it with more attention, we can see that actually this is a guy because of the shoes are male shoes. By the way, we started looking at this painting and reflecting upon what? Upon the fact that probably this would be a way to interpret, to represent homosexuality, women homosexuality in the 17th century, even though we know very well that homosexuality was forbidden by law in 17th century Netherlands. Of course, it was tolerated to a certain extent. And however, as this painting shows very well, the girl in the foreground dressed up with this beautiful silk outfit actually is a boy. The theater love cross-dressing is enhancing the excitement of hilarity of a play, because actually this is a play, because it shows a scene from the theater, the climax of the Italian composer Giovan Battista Guarini, and his play was Il Pastor Fido, and where the faithful shepherd, in which the shepherd Mirtillo falls in love with the wood nymph Amaryllis. Amaryllis, she was a demigoddess, and as such unreachable for the poor and the simple shepherd Mirtillo. And that's why the shepherd decided to dress up as a wood nymph and to be able to approach her, and participating in a kissing contest in this guise, he makes Amaryllis fall in love with him at the first kiss. But this, continuing the research, we discovered other paintings using the same subject matters, such as Anthony van Dyck, exactly Amaryllis and Mirtillo, and Bartholomeus Bremberg in this very rare representation. Actually, here there are other women, two women actually in the act of kissing. Orazio Fidani, Florentine painter from the 17th century, where again the boy is again in the guise of a woman, of a girl, even though the brass speaks out for different probably gender. And in the end, the last one is Ferdinand Bold's same subjects. So the Pastor Fido by Guarini is a pastoral tragicomedy, which was published in 1590 in Venice. And this is not happened by chance. So Venice, we know very well, in the 1500 was a very open-minded city where the courtesans / those women were really forming in certain decades 1/3 of the whole Venetian population, has very well delineated by Silvia Ferino Pagden. The presence of these women in Venice was very crucial to the understanding of the cultural background of the city. And again, the Pastor Fido, which is not, of course, here the seat to talk about, was providing the intellectual mean to better frameworking the subject. By the way, this was if we go back to the first painting, which really struck our attention, was a very risky painting to display on a wall, since what was going on and who was the audience these such kind of paintings was addressed to. And of course, we know that some of them were hanging on the castles, walls, houses of the elites. So what was going on inside those walls? This was, the idea, this was just rolling up in our minds. And so to go forth to the topic of the conference, we started the reasoning about it, and which could be the legal status of women and patriarchy, and how women have historically responded to societal norms regulating their relationships with others and their personal desires. Therefore, how have women represented marriage on other effective relationships in literature, drama, such as Pastor Fido, and art? How did art, literature, architecture produced or commissioned by women constitute a female, among parentheses, love language? What constitutes female desire, and how is it expressed in women's artistic or literary practices? These are just but a few questions we considered when we were launching the call, and the responses from the scholars was far away our more optimistic expectations. So we received over 50 proposals, 50 proposals, and it has been very hard work to select them all, because actually they were all worth being accepted. And that's the reason why for this edition we decided to accept 28 papers, which are 10 more we have accepted in the last edition, so Aiwac 1, 2, and 3. And moreover, seeing the topic, love, desire, passion, we were in a way worried to be overwhelmed by papers talking about Artemisia Gentileschi's and her, her world, her environment, her life, her history, and kind of story. But actually, none of the proposal was about her. So in a way, we were happy. It's true, Adelina? And so we just made another further reflection after it, so to discuss, the reason why Artemisia was not present. Well, probably because I have, many important exhibitions on women artists have been producing now for 6 years, intensively over the last 6 years. Starting, we have just selected a few today, so Les Dames du Baroque, Femme peintre dans l'Italie du XVIe au XVIIe siècle, that was on the 28th, 2018 and 2019, just shortly before the pandemic, or by a hand, Artemisia Gentileschi and Women Artists in Italy, 1500-1800, the Hartford Museum, US, and then making her mark, a history of women artists in Europe, 1400-1800, where you see the date, October 2023, January 2024, which is the very different things between this exhibition and, for instance, these two. Well, that in Women Making Her Marks, the curators decided not to use Artemisia's as a logo of their exhibition, but instead this beautiful drawing by Maria Sibilla Merian, which was an artist who combined her painterly mastery to her botanical and scientific educational background. Not to talk, of course, of the many monograph exhibitions. Just to remember Giovanna Garzoni in Florence, curated by the enlightened Sheila Barker, or Sophonis Banguissol and Lavinia Fontana, an exhibition which celebrated the 200 years anniversary of the Prado Museum in Madrid. And also just a few words about the art market, which are really prizing the works done by women, where the works in auctions, or works of art done by women in auctions, are really rising prices has never seen before. But everything started in 2018 again. Christie's New York organized a 2 days educational conference titled Celebrating Female Agency in the Arts. So that was at the very beginning of this opening to, to the make women entering in the art market too. And I'm really narrowing the conclusion, but as we have written in our first volume, the proceedings of Aiwac number 1, and Adelina will talk about it just after me. When we were conceiving Aiwac, we decided right away to look, and I quote our preface, an influential postmodern principle of the feminists' approach to the art. It was our unyielding agreement that the conversation must be addressed not only to women as authors, but also as patrons, tastemakers, change makers, interpreters, patrons/matrons, as we will be discussing further during this conference, and so forth. The conference, therefore, and I quote, must be a platform to share new scholarly research and to attract and welcome new frontiers of investigation or horizon, as the subtitle of our series published by Brepols speaks about. Unquote. Well, so the fact that Artemisia is not present in this edition, though the compelling topic, which actually was not matching Artemisia's poetic, probably gives reason to our premises that we were thinking that we were going towards a specific direction. And that's why the selection again has been very hard. We really thank you all who send their proposals and still sending emails say why you didn't accept my proposal. This is the reason why. So, and the conference which we are going to present in these 3 days, intense days, has been divided in 9 main sessions: women in and power, women's patronage / matronage, female desire, power and motherhood, queer reflections, lesbian identities, family alliances and professional life, husband and wife, number 1, and number 2 as family alliance and professional life, fathers and daughters, brothers and sisters, single women and professionalization, mourning and memory, film, theater, and opera. This year's conference sees the participations as keynote speakers of 2 important and worldwide renowned scholars in their fields. Today's keynote speakers will be Chiara Mercuri. We will talk about her later, which will present a paper, un'esegesi riparativa per la storia delle donne, with a kind of English translations next to her. And tomorrow, Daniel Unger, who really thank to be here, is coming from Jerusalem. No words, no more words are necessary. And we'll be presenting Who Are You, St. Martha, on housewives, housekeepers, and female cooks in early modern painting. And just as a conclusion, I mean, just as a following up Daniel Unger's presentation, this year dinner subject matters is about, and welcome to Juliet Simpson. Ciao, Juliet. And it is been inspired by Jane Austen's, and so it will be tonight, this dinner, and I hope to see you all, at least those, of course, who are here to join us. And then, really narrowing the conclusion, I want to thank University of Arkansas Durham Center, faculty and staff, Francesco Bedeschi, who really has been trusting me and Adelina since the very first seconds our idea came out. And Barbara Spaccini, Assistant Director for the Academics, and Sara Giacani, Simona Bella, Agustin Zarzur. My students from Renaissance and Baroque Arts, Giancarlo and Maddie, they have done a wonderful job and assisting me for
2 months, Valentina and Giada, and the 2 last ones, but just because. Fabio Grassi, thank you, Fabio, for everything. We all are in debt to your wonderful job. Benji, I don't know where Benji is, but he's around. And last but not least, one of my best friends ever and colleagues, renowned colleagues, Adelina Modesti, to whom I leave the stage. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Thank you for coming. Okay. And I would like to reiterate Consuelo's thanks to Fabio Grassi and to the staff and students at University of Arkansas Rome Center. I'd also like to thank Francesco Bedeschi and the University of Arkansas for their kind hospitality. And as Consuelo Lollobrigida, I have, as one of my dearest friends and colleagues, she has done a fantastic job in putting this program together. And I can't sort of thank you enough. Thank you very much, Consuelo. I would like to say a few words about Brepols. Jirki Theobald, who usually is with us each year to represent Brepols, she's our project manager and editor, cannot be with us today. She's expecting her first child. So we congratulate Jirki for that. But when Consuelo asked me to be involved with the conference, it was at the second year, and she was talking about the proceedings that she would like to have the proceedings published each year. And I suggested Brepols because I had published with them already. And I said I'd contact my editor at Brepols there, which I did. And I proposed a one-off publication of the first volume of proceedings of Aiwac. And he came back with a suggestion that we actually produce a series, Women in the Arts, and now it is Women and Gender in the Arts, New Horizons. We gratefully accepted. We were very, very pleased with this. And we have published 3 volumes so far in the series. The first is our first Aiwac 1, and this 2021 edition, Women in Arts, Architecture and Literature, Heritage, Legacy and Digital Impressions. The second volume in the series is a monograph, Medieval Mausoleums, Monuments and Manuscripts. I can't read that. Prende il libro. Christiane d'Arca. And French Royal Women's Patronage from the 12th to the 14th centuries. And it's interesting that we've got a session in this conference that will be looking at monuments and memory. And the third volume, which is scheduled for next year, to come out next year, is Disoriented: Gender Territories in Contemporary Art, edited by Maite Mendez Baije, Javier Cuevas del Barrio, and Conca Cortes Zulueta. And the book traces a broad mosaic on the conditions of modern and postmodern art through feminist, post-colonialist and queer debates that currently cross the disciplines of art history and visual studies. And I don't think there's anything more to add. We'd like to start the proceedings. Thank you very much. I'll be chairing this morning session. So we start with women, the first session this morning, Women in and Power. And usually the intersection of women and power could be considered an oxymoron in the sense that women historically have, in a sense, been pushed away from political agency. And what we'll find, though, with the papers presented this morning, that that is not the case. Women have agency, have political power, they wield authority and have done so. Our first speaker is Brianna Cooney. Is Brianna with us? Good morning, thank you, welcome. Brianna Cooney holds an MA in Art History from American University and a BA in Art History and International Business from Rollins College. She is currently an independent scholar in Washington, D.C. She has held positions as the Joseph F. McCrindle Curatorial Intern in the Department of Sculpture and Decorative Arts at the National Gallery of Art in Washington, the Fine Arts Graduate Intern at the Potomac Company, and as the Fred W. Hicks Curatorial Intern at the Cornell Fine Arts Museum. She's also presented at several conferences, including the Feminist Art History Conference. And most recently, she's been awarded a Samuel H. Kress Foundation History of Art grant for a course in the study of the arts in Flanders, medieval and Renaissance sculpture. And this morning, Brianna will be speaking on the Duchess of Urbino Eleonora Gonzaga's Maiolica patronage, a feast of the senses, a feast for the intellect, the Maiolica patronage of Eleonora Gonzaga. Welcome, Brianna. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Brianna Cooney. I would like to thank the organizers of today's conference for inviting me to speak. In the 16th century, Urbino became one of the leading producers of maiolica, tin-glazed earthenware ceramics, due in large part to ducal patronage. In this presentation, I argue that Duchess Eleonora Gonzaga was the patron of the Mars, Venus, and Cupid Coppa by Francesco Zantoavili. The coppa, a low-footed dish, depicts Mars putting aside war for love, and thus implies the return of political stability to the region. The sensuous and sensual qualities and the visual and material characteristics of the coppa underscore its role in Marcajan court culture and the dining experience. This particular coppa served as a form of visual propaganda presented in erotic form by which the consumption of food during the banquet revealed the carefully selected figures. The imagery signified the harmony that Eleonora wished to convey after her husband, Duke Francesco Maria I, reclaimed the duchy, with the beautiful erotic Venus, goddess of peace, presented as her instrumental alter ego. Thus, the diner's pleasurable and erudite experience of the coppa ultimately revealed a more didactic message, since the mythological figures could be read as figurative representations of Francesco Maria I, Eleonora, and their newborn child, Giulia della Rovere. The coppa thereby messaged the peace and harmony that characterized della Rovere Gonzaga rule. Eleonora was likely drawn to the work of Francesco Zantoavili, known as Zanto, because of the artist's ability to cater to established aristocratic courtly conventions, according to which the learned viewer desired clever designs meant to stimulate engaging conversation while dining. This type of figurato maiolica is exemplified in the Mars, Venus, and Cupid coppa, which depicts a scene of Mars, Venus, and Cupid in a heavenly realm surrounded by clouds and stars. Zanto illustrated Mars, dressed in battle armor, as he pulls back a curtain to reveal a reclining nude Venus who cradles and breastfeeds a child. Cupid flies above the couple carrying a basket of fruits nestled within a garland of greenery. An inscription, designed to be spoken as poetry, written by Zonto on the reverse of the dish, reads 1532, Mars returned to the sky, contemplates Venus, from Canto 25 of Rovere the Victorious by FXAR Painter. These complex inscriptions incorporated poetical verses, allegory, and literary phrases to reflect the erudition of the patron. Lisa Vitella argued for the use of maiolica in dining rituals to support an interactive experience whereby the dishes were meant to be handled in order for the viewer to engage with image and text. The visual qualities of the maiolica encouraged physical manipulation of the tableware, as servers paraded pieces around the dining room and dishes passed from guest to guest. Banquets incorporated culinary and non-culinary spectacle that could tempt the eyes and the palate, as glazed finishes and rich colors of the copa engaged with the natural light of the room to create a sensual glow and visual marvel. Cannibala argued that carefully selected tableware displays, whether on the actual table or positioned on credenze, reflected aesthetic, political, and social ideologies and expressed the host's cultural and self-identities. An elaborately laid credenza, exemplified in Julia Romano's Wedding Feast of Cupid and Psyche, formed the epicenter of dining operations, whereby it stimulated appetite and admiration amongst the guests as elaborate foodstuffs sat in between plates, basins, and ewers. This central location served to stimulate conversation and to reinforce the wealth and erudition of the couple. The prominent placement of Isitario maiolica, ceramics decorated with narrative stories, contributed to making these works extremely fashionable during this period. Despite the flourishing of maiolica workshops in the duchy, little evidence suggests that Francesca Maria I took an interest in maiolica. Therefore, it reasons Eleonora took charge of artistic projects. Women often had freedom to commission maiolica, since these acts fell under the management of the home, a responsibility typically assigned to women. Eleonora's documented participation is demonstrated in 1524 when she promoted the local maiolica industry by commissioning from Nicola da Urbino a set of ceramic tableware for her mother, Isabella d'Este. The Venus, Mars, and Cupid copa likely served as an individual's plate rather than a serving platter because of its smaller size. This indicates it was meant to be handled, another key part of the multidimensional sensory experience. The inscription on the back of the dish was revealed only once the food had been consumed. The lack of visible heavy wear on the copa is consistent with contemporary dining etiquette, stipulating that cutlery was used sparingly in the Renaissance, and any remnants of the meal could have been absorbed with bread. The combination of images and inscriptions created an opportunity for diners to discuss and debate current politics, history, and literature after the meal. Inscription placement reinforced the need for tactile interaction to read the phrases painted on the vessels. The recitation of inscriptions, coupled with the communal act of identifying and discussing the pictorial scenes, reinforced maiolica's pivotal role in this social activity. Eleonora's patronage of Zonto suggests that she admired his skills as a painter, but the verses on the recto of the copa also suggest that she found important his training in poetry, through which he aggrandized Francesca Maria I and the family. Zonto composed a book of poetry, Il Ritratto, in admiration for the most distinguished Francesca Maria I. In this collection of sonnets, Zonto, the painter-poet, praised the Duke as an esteemed military leader, ruler, and patron. Written in 16th century Petrarchan verse, the sonnets legitimized Francesca Maria's rule in the aftermath of his successful reconquest of the duchy. Zonto's sonnets referred not only to Francesca Maria I, but also to his marriage with Eleonora and the birth of their heir Guidobaldo. The inscription on the copa directly cites Sonnet 25, and while the actual wording does not precisely match, the copa and the poem correspond to one another in subject matter. This connection is significant. It is the only maiolica piece attributed to Zonto that contains a reference to his own poetry. In Sonnet 25, Zonto celebrated the return of peace to the duchy in 1532, which reflected the history of military battles that occurred up to that point. Quote, for sometimes the harsh and bellicose Mars spreads such a mist in the world that it looks as though the sun is hidden from us, end quote. Eleonora employed mythology and humanist discourse to communicate her identity by combining her classical erudition, female sexuality, maternity, and political role in fostering peace. The meticulous application of myth on the copa aligned Eleonora's education and understanding of literature with the moral values associated with humanism. Zonto was familiar with the Mars and Venus allegory, as he rendered the myth only the year before in his work titled Plate, Mars and Venus from 1531. This scene also takes place in a heavenly realm. However, Venus and Mars recline on opposite sides, while two cupids fly above a lion and two doves. The inscription on the reverse reads, quote, 1531, beautiful Venus and Mars are at peace. Spheres. Francesco Zanto Avili painted this in Urbino, end quote, thus proclaiming the desire for peace. Since Venus and Mars do not interact with one another, it can be argued that the underlying message of the earlier rendition of the theme differs from that of the Copa. Therefore, in accordance with Eleanor's desires and in response to her commission, Zanto purposefully revised the iconography. Moreover, both the plate and the Copa refrain from a traditional Ovidian depiction of Venus and Mars in the act of lovemaking or adultery. Instead, Zanto alluded to Hyginus's version of the Mars and Venus myth from Fabulae. In the legend, Hyginus makes direct reference to the child that was born as a result of the union between Mars and Venus. Quote, from their embrace, Harmonia was born, end quote. Therefore, the suckling child in the Copa is a depiction of Harmonia, the daughter of Mars and Venus, and the result of the union between love and strife. The relationship of the Copa's Venus and Mars reflects Lucretius's Delirium Natura, in which the poet praises Venus's ability to persuade Mars to rest. Quote, for you alone can delight mortals with quiet peace, since Mars, mighty in battle, rules the savage works of war, who often casts himself upon your lap, wholly vanquished by the ever-living wound of love, and thus, looking upward with shapely neck thrown back, feeds his eager eyes with love, gaping upon you, goddess, and as he lies back, his breath hangs upon your lips, end quote. Lucretius' dialogue places mythology within the realm of the nature of the senses, in which the simulacrum inspires sexual desire. This is significant because Lucretius, in effect, gives Venus sole agency in creating peace using her sexual power, as she is the one on whose sacred body Mars is overcome by love. Venus embodies human nature in that every living thing comes from her, which further comments on the generative power of the goddess. In commissioning the piece, Eleonora distinctly chose Lucretius's version of the myth in order to delicately balance the union of female sexuality and peace. Lucretian voluptuous manifested a peace and tranquility satisfied by the study of nature and the evident pleasure that resulted. Ultimately, Venus holds power in her ability to arouse desire, procreate, and nurture, three actions which Zanto and Eleonora alluded to on the Copa. This is critical in terms of iconographical representation and the association of the figures with the ducal family. Indeed, Mars could represent Francesco Maria I, Venus linked to Eleonora, and the infant Harmonia may allude to Giulia della Rovere, their daughter born in 1531. Sonnet 12 from Zanto's book of poetry supports this theory, for Zanto associated Francesco Maria with Mars in his reference to Guidobaldo's upbringing as, quote, amongst the muses of Mars, end quote. Furthermore, the flying Cupid carries a basket of garlands and fruit, a direct reference to Sonnet 25, when Zanto wrote of a presentation of prayers and garlands to Francesco Maria. In the Copa, Eleonora's selection of only Venus, Mars, and the sleeping child is particularly innovative, since this combination of figures does not directly reference the adulterous connotations of the myth. By excluding Vulcan, Venus's husband, from the scene, Eleonora alluded to Francesco Maria's military success in his reconquest of the duchy, but more so suggests a period of stability, peace, and love in the region. Moreover, as Venus functioned as a symbolic alter ego for the Duchess, Eleonora maintained the same role as peacemaker within the duchy. The poetic notion of double and hidden meanings appealed to Eleonora's literate circle of courtly guests. Patricia Simons argued that coverings, whether allegorical or emblematic, suggested the hidden persona. Thus, Zanto added yet another layer of nuanced complexity to the Copa with the inclusion of the bank of cloud cover and curtain with scalloped hem. In addition to communicating the duality of female sexuality and peace, the curtain stimulated the desire to uncover the truth of the depicted figures. Therefore, the erudite diner would draw parallels among Venus, Mars, and the nursing child, and the inscription with the ducal family and Eleonora's pivotal role in the duchy. In the early modern period, curtains became used in the domestic sphere as well, where erotically charged paintings were covered with fabric and revealed only to selected visitors. The viewer would have recognized the socially conditioned motif on the curtain and on the maiolica and engaged in a deeper embodied experience of sensual and intellectual revelation. As the drama unfolds in a heavenly realm above and within the clouds, the mystical nature of the scene heightens the embedded meaning of the image. Mars's interaction with the textile and drawing it back to reveal the nude Venus further conveys the sensual appeal of the scene. Veils and curtains, underscored by the juxtaposition of cloth and bare skin, held a seductively laden meaning between transparency and ambiguity. With the Copa, Eleonora cultivated humanist culture through the Maiolica and the narratives that incorporated eroticism, sexual pleasure, and the female libido in a tactful and moralizing way. The rising popularity of print culture led Maiolica artists to draw inspiration from illustrated versions of printed texts, and in Urbino, mythologically themed works after Raphael and his circle. Zanto quoted selective figures in a range of active postures and scenes from well-known contemporary artists, including Marcantonio Raimondi, Raphael, and Giulio Romano, and arranged them into new, dynamic compositions. The use of these quotations from other contemporary artists not only emphasized the erudition of Eleonora, but also prompted spirited competition during meals, when guests attempted to contextualize the reassembled figures and the underlying theme of the piece. These pieces served as objects of pleasure and invention, whereby their engaging imagery further contributed to the overall conviviality of the dining experience. In the Copa, Zanto modeled Mars after Gian Giacomo Caraglio's Mercury carrying Psyche to Olympus, which is an iteration of Raphael's composition in the Villa Farnesina. Zanto derived the figure of Cupid from Marcantonio Raimondi's engraving of Apollo sitting on Parnassus, based on the Parnassus fresco originally by Raphael in the Stanza della Signatura. Furthermore, Zanto adapted the nude Venus from an erotic female figure in Marcantonio Raimondi's notorious sexually explicit engraving of I Modi, after drawings by Giulio Romano of figures in various sexual positions. The mythological imagery on the Copa connected to the increasing interest in eroticism that occurred in Renaissance humanist circles. Raimondi's erotic prints would only have been recognized by a select audience, and thus demonstrated Zanto's knowledge of courtly practices and a calculated curation of sources to create coded messages within the Maiolica. According to Carlo Ginzburg, erotic images such as Raimondi's band engravings were culturally conditioned and meant for private use by the elite to stimulate sexual appetite. Courtly dining rooms were often spaces of unrestrained and distorted sexual excess, in which the ducal court choreographed extravagant, multisensory banquets that challenged and stimulated the diner's intellect and appetite. The Copa presented numerous ways in which a viewer could sensorially interact with the Maiolica: the ritual process of being presented with a plate, manipulating the food, ingesting and consuming the food, visualizing the imagery, and then reading the poetry written on the reverse of the dish, engaged one's tactile, olfactory, and ocular receptors. Specifically, the intimate nature of cutting the food, bringing it to one's mouth, and essentially eating off of sensual images engaged bodily awareness and internal and external stimuli. Istoriato narrative designs further perpetuated the interactivity of ceramics, for those types of dishes would only reveal the complete design once drained of food or liquid. Thus, the images would evolve over time and through the diner's participation in physical consumption. The diner literally had to manipulate the vessel in order to discern the underlying message depicted on the bottom of the plate. This performative experience contributed to the interactivity and sociability of the banquet. The appropriation of well-known designs alluded to Eleonora's humanist education and added to the convivial nature of the banquet by stimulating discussion among the guests. Erotic literature was commonplace in humanist circles, and conversation included references to popular texts whereby participants displayed their erudition and intellect through the correct identification of pictorial quotations. Rhetorical devices, including visual and textual metaphors, permeated contemporary society's interest in erotics. Lucretius encouraged the role of the senses in the engagement of eroticized images of leisure and passion. Thus, courtly society viewed sensual art positively, as images stimulated contemplation and virtuous pleasure. Eating stimulated the connection between the senses and the mind, in which sensorial stimuli in the dining room appealed to one's sexual appetites. Despite its communal nature, there was an intimacy to the banquet, whereby pleasure was satisfied by abundance, theatrical mobility of food, and ceremonial performance. Pietro Aretino's comments on the positive link between food and sex reinforced the erotic messages of desire and sexual satiation depicted on the Copa. The enticing arrangements of food paraded and displayed throughout the banqueting spectacle contributed to an elegant artifice, which aroused the diner visually and physically. Ultimately, this piece served as a political tool during the banquet, communicating not only ducal power and rule within the duchy, but also foregrounding Eleonora's political and marital authority. Through this, Eleonora deftly negotiated the role of the feminine within the courtly circles of Urbino. Effectively, she created alter egos that communicated her beauty, virtue, and maternal nature. The themes of virtue, love conquering war, and the birth of harmony were evident after viewing both sides of the Maiolica. As such, the COBA required interactive participation on behalf of the viewer, as the image on the interior would only reveal itself as food was consumed from the dish. Thus, as the meal progressed, Eleonora's symbolic messaging of peace would become apparent to the visually literate circle of guests embedded in their pleasurable and multi-dining sensory experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Brianna, for that visually rich presentation. Our next speaker is Laura Mesade Arrigo. Laura teaches art theory and feminist art theory at the History of Art Department of the University of Barcelona. And for the last 8 years, she's been the director of Duodo, the Women's Research Centre at the University of Barcelona, co-director of the Masters in Women's Politics at the same university, and also director of the academic journal Duoda, Studies on Sexual Difference. Laura will be speaking today on Margherita of Navarre in the Amis Quarrel. And Laura is, welcome, Laura.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for accepting my proposal and for encouraging me to present it after being sick. Lastly, I would like to apologize in advance as I will need to leave right after my presentation to teach a class. Well, Margaret of Navarre in the Miss Quarrel choosing women. The Miss Quarrel, Frank Quarrel, like the Quarrel des Femmes, the dispute of women, was inaugurated by Queen of Navarre. In the mid-16th century, Marguerite of Navarre, also known as Marguerite of Angoulême or Valois, responded to Bertrand de la Borderie misogynistic text La Mise de Cour with a play, La Comédie des Quatre Femmes, a poem, La Coche, and a novel, The Heptameron. A writer at the humanist court of her brother Francis I, La Borderie, freely rewrote the third book of Baldassare de Castiglione's The Book of the Courtier. 3 centuries earlier, Joan I of Navarre delivered the first literary philogynist response to the misogynist version of the Roman de la Rose, written by Jean de Meung between 1268 and 1278. This little-known episode from the late 13th century is recorded by the French philologist Augustin Simon Irael in the first volume of his work Querelles littéraires, a book devoted to literary disputes in Western literature, published in 1761. In the chapter entitled Jean de Meung et les femmes de la cour de Philippe le Bel, Jean de Meung and the women of the Philippe I's court, Irael recounts the indignation of the Queen Joan, whom he does not explicitly name, and her ladies, an indignation that led to the publication of an apology for women. Irael tells us that elles imaginent de représenter dans cette apologie une dame, le chef de dames, l'avocate de toutes les dames loyales du monde. D'abord triste, abattue, enfilée dans une douleur profonde, ne cherchant que la retraite et le bois, confuse de tous les mal qu'on a dit de son visage. Mais bientôt, passant de cet état d'accablement à celui de la forêt et des menaces. The long poem La Couche by Marguerite de Navarre also begins with the sadness of the narrator who has just retired to a meadow. The poem reads, ayant perdu de l'abord le vainqueur, non seulement le sentiment du cœur, mais de son nom dit et fait les mémoires, ayant perdu le pouvoir et la gloire et le plaisir de la douce écriture, autant je fus incliné de nature, me trouvant seul en lieu si fort présent que le haut ciel se rendoit complaisant par ses douceurs et par sa tempérance. I cannot confirm that Marguerite Queen knew Queen Joan's Apologia, but there is evidence that she would have read the Roman de la Rose, a copy of which was in the library of her mother, Louise de Savoy. The Amis Querelle is an offshoot of the Querelle de Femme, as the historian Gisela Bock has rightly pointed out. Both quarrels offer a political response to a literary work with a misogynistic plot. They both reveal the awareness among educated women at the European courts of the late Middle Age and early modern period of the political power of creative writing. Joan of Navarre, like Christine of Pisan, wished preserve the achievement of courtly culture, the political and literary purpose of the ladies of the Occitan courts, to refine relations between men and women through lyric poetry. It was a program that Queen Eleanor of Aquitaine and her daughter Marie of Champagne spread throughout France and England. The Trovairits, female troubadour, known as Beatrice of Dia, writes in a few verses that women should only open their hearts to a gentleman who is good to them. Joan of Navarre, like Christine de Pizan, sought to preserve the achievement of courtly culture and the political and literary aims of the ladies of the Occitan courts, who sought to refine relations between men and women through lyric. Excuse me. I am repeating. Excuse me. Marguerite of Navarre follows this feminine tradition that repudiates misogyny. Her work maintains the desire to eliminate male sexual violence through love as a mediator. Like Christine de Pizan, she also rejects the voice of certain misogynistic authors, such as Boccaccio, in the Heptameron, but her time presented her with new challenge. In a century of redefining political space in its actors, Marguerite gave a feminine meaning to virtue, that is, value that were then attributed only to men: happiness, freedom, and friendship, and defended the dignity and authority of women. In La Comédie des Quatre Femmes, published and performed at her brother's court, Marguerite defends female celibacy outside the convent, replacing the notion of chastity as a virtue with that of happiness and freedom, as Brenda Dunn Lardo notes. This is the Queen's direct response to the protagonist of L'Ami de Court by La Borderie, a young woman who understands heterosexual relations in a mercenary way. Marguerite's comedy, with 5 women in the leading roles, 2 young women, 2 married women, and an old woman whose absence in the title underscores the other sense of her futility, deals with heterosexual love from different points of view. The two married women search for themselves in the finding of love within marriage. The second young woman prizes platonic love. The first lady is the most important in terms of sexual politics, as she is the one of who gives voice to the defense of celibacy, understood as the happiness that brings freedom. This is not the celibacy that seeks the spiritual life defended by Erasmus, whom Margaret knew, but rather a political stance against marriage as a sexual contract. Sexual politics also lie behind the poem La Couche, dedicated to a woman. The work is not only a plea for female friendship and sisterhood, but also an affirmation of its possibility and a resignification of its meaning. Greco-Roman texts on friendship do not consider friendship between women. In the age of humanism, when European scholarship rediscovered the ancient texts on friendship, men continued to believe that friendship was a spiritual affection and a public virtue suitable only for men. Lacoste inaugurates female reflection on friendship in modern Europe, as Colette Wynne points out. Thanks to Marguerite of Navarre, women entered the debate on friendship as a form of female relationship, a public virtue that placed them at the center of the sexual politic of their time. Simultaneously, Margaret's participation in the Miss Corral gives a new meaning to the word friend. According to Laborderie and the other writers who responded to his work, friend means mistress or courtesan. Laborderie portrays her as a seductive young woman, a trapper of men. The others, such as Eruet, the queen's friend, make her a chaste woman, but do not change the meaning. Do not change the meaning. The friend is still the lover. Marguerite, on the other hand, gives it a truly liberating meaning for women. The friend is not the lover of a man, but one of the enters into relationship of serial love with other women, who relies on them rather than on any man, even a perfect lover. La Couche, Marguerite's only secular poem, tells of a debate between three court ladies and the queen herself. As in Alain Chartier, Le Livre de Côte d'Armes, the debate is about who suffers most in marriage. The difference between Chartier and Margaret, between Chartier and Margaret lies not only in the position of the narrative voice, which in Margaret's case is diegetic, but also in the choice made by the ladies. The nature of the third lady's suffering has nothing to do with her marriage, but with her choice. Faced with the suffering of her friend, who are being harassed and abused by their respective husbands, the third lady, whose marriage is perfect, decides to show solidarity with them by leaving her husband. At the end of the poem, his solidarity, this solidarity is reinforced by the queen's wish that her friend, the Duchess of Duchess de Stampers, and not her brother, King Francis I, the Duchess lover, should be the judge of who suffers most. The need to rely on other women is already present in the work of Christine de Pizan. In the case of Marguerite, what is surprising is that she makes female friendship the backbone of a woman's life. The third woman, with a perfect married life, choose another woman. not against her husband, but outside him. The choice of another woman over a man is still today a political significant act. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, for your presentation. I'd like to add that questions will be left till the end of all three papers. Our next speaker is Ilaria Speranza. Ilaria, welcome. Ilaria graduated in History of Art at the Università degli Studi Roma III in 2009 and in the field of drawing and graphics. Between 2008 and 2011, she carried out internships and collaborations with the Istituto Centrale per la Grafica, Biblioteca di Storia dell'Arte di Roma III, the Archivio Storico dell'Accademia di San Luca, and Dorotheum Auction House in Vienna. She's participated in the study coordinated by Giovanna Sapori and Claudia Conforti for the 2016 special issue of the Bollettino d'Arte, Il Palazzo a Roma nel Cinquecento, with the article Palazzi di Roma dei più celebri architetti, Pietro Ferriero, pittore e architetto. She received her PhD in 2018 from the Università di Roma III, funded by the Fondazione Camillo Caetani of Rome. And she co-organized the Seconda Giornata di Studio Caetano in 2019. She's presented at many conferences, and at present, and from 2020 to 2023, she held the chair of History of Art at the Università Telematica Pegaso, and she currently collaborates in the editing of the catalogue of artworks of the Fondazione Caetani, where she continues her studies. And today she will be talking on the Caetani, the Duchesses of the Caetani family. So being a wife, the role of the Duchessa in the Caetani family between the 18th and 19th centuries in Rome. Thank you, Ilaria.
Thank you very much for your introduction and for the organization of this conference that permits so many scholars to share their studies. So, in the course of my studies concerning the cultural life of the Caetani family between the 18th and 19th centuries, the role played by the acquired Caetani, it as the Duke's consorts, has become increasingly evident, and they have often been at the center of many choices, activities, and relationships. As often happens, even in my case, information about the Caetani ladies emerges reflexively through that concerning male figures. They tend to be less named. They are represented by male relatives in the handling of property and in the drafting of contracts, with the result that for a long time, as is well known, research on the role of women in many fields was limited. In order to reconstruct their histories, a plurality of sources are necessary, but it is evident that, as soon as one scratches the surface composed of official documents, a rich, vibrant, active panorama comes to light, and that is no less fundamental to fully understand cultural, artistic, and social phenomena. In my case, it was thanks to the rich archival documentation preserved at the Fondazione Camillo Caetani in Rome that it was possible to retrace the events of the public and private lives of these noble women. One of the most interesting group of papers from this point of view are the correspondences. When the number of letters is substantial, we can get a glimpse of daily life and what the role of the Duchessa entailed. At the center of this investigation, there are three women and their rich personalities, capable of dividing themselves between the unavoidable commitments that their roles required, that this is conferred by marriage and society, and the free choice to devote themselves with passionate conviction to cultivating deep interest in artistic and cultural expressions. These are two women of different origins, background, natures,
but each has left a clear mark of her presence in Caetani history, together with a contribution to the administration of a fief with a few financial difficulties. The reflection of their personalities can be found in the elegant portraits, in the decorations they commission, and in their privileged relationship with artists. This ability to merge family and mundane life with cultural activity is what surely unites these three generations of women in the transition between two centuries. Carlotta Onde was born in Pesaro on April 23, 1723. She got married with Michelangelo, the first Caetani, when she was 14 years old. It was the Duke's third wedding, and he was older than 50 years old. Previous wives had given no heirs, and this was the motivation of such a young bride. There are three portraits representing Carlotta at Palazzo Caetani. The beautiful official portrait painted by Ludovico Mazzanti was probably done in occasion of the wedding, due to the young age of the lady, the opulence of the gown, and the rosebud in her hand. In the second portrait, probably the Duchess is in her 20s, and she is represented wearing a light blue dress trimmed with ermine and precious jewels, among the most successful details of the painting. I recently had the opportunity to examine the correspondence of Carlotta Onde Caetani. This is a collection of approximately 260 letters received and sent by the Duchess in a chronological period which goes from 1723 to 1769, so also after her death. In any case, this is still an open research for me. From reading these papers, it is clear how the young Duchess was asked in all matters concerning the daily life and administration of the fiefdom. Not only did she maintain contact with relatives and nobility, but there were many requests for recommendations, protections, favors, and help. There are numerous letters with local administrators who even turned to her to discuss the presence of soldiers and battles. There is no shortage of letters on business, accounting, sales, rentals, and income. In short, a series of activities that we are accustomed to think of as the prerogative of men. In the series of letters, Duke Michelangelo I often appears to live in Cisterna, where he dedicates himself to many enterprises rather than Rome, and so he is not often involved in the fervent cultural activities that were organized here by the Duchess. Carlotta probably found her freedom in Rome and used to travel between Rome, Naples, and Sermoneta. It must have been a demanding life. And in this regard, I would like to quote one of these letters sent to her by a noblewoman of the Neapolitan court who, in reporting various news, does not miss the opportunity to complain about her condition, evidently knowing that she will find understanding. Avrei prima d'oggi risposto al suo gentilissimo foglio se la mia continua assistenza alla corte me l'avesse permesso, e sapendo già che la sua bontà vive sicura, di questo non ho perciò a farmene scusa. E solo posso ringraziarla del piacere provato in udirmi in campagna, assicurandola però che poco assai me la posso godere, stante la legazione e soggezione in cui dobbiamo stare noi dame, che veniamo ad essere solo due, e però non abbiamo un giorno di riposo, e libere da poterlo passar quieto e con libertà. Non è credibile, signora mia, la vita che si fa se non chi la soffre. From the tone of many of the Duchess' letters, it's possible to perceive her initiative, peremptory in some cases, aware of her position and her abilities. It is a way to assert herself, to demonstrate her value. However, in the face of these necessary skills and these demanding tasks, art becomes the counterpart. In fact, alongside the official communications, there is another type of letters, those in which books are discussed, in which poems are dedicated to her, which accompany the sending of volumes or inform her about recent publications with a request to exchange opinions on the matter, in which constant reference is made to her sensitivity and culture, and not only out of complacency. The Duchess, who died very young, interrupted her leading role in the Roman scene before the time. The gravity of the event for the artist she protected is echoed in the words written by Pompeo Batoni to Monsignor Onorato VII, Carlotta, second born, in a famous letter that comes together with a portrait that the painter made under the Duchess' request. Non so se l'eccellenza vostra sappia che i primi passi della mia fortuna furono l'effetto della protezione e dell'amicizia con cui mi onorava l'ottima duchessa di Sermoneta, sua degnissima madre. Fu essa la prima persona di rango che io nella prima gioventù conoscessi in Roma. Fu la prima che facesse rilevare le mie fatiche agli più illustri e più illuminati personaggi, da cui era continuamente circondata e ammirata, e siccome volle distinguersi per ogni genere di coltura, fu la prima dama a cui ebbi l'onore di insegnare il disegno. Poco prima di morire mi commise il suo ritratto sotto le divise di Diana. Io l'ho sempre conservato gelosamente e non saprei cederlo se non alle richieste delle eccellenze loro. So the Duchess personally worked to promote the activity of the young Battoni, contributing to his rise and the start of a fabulous career. Certainly, it should not be disregarded that it fits into a tradition of familiarity and generosity in the Caetani's relationships with artists. As Giovanna Sapori, who is curating the publication of a general catalog of Caetani collection, writes, the letter is un'espressione di grata memoria e nello stesso tempo una rievocazione dei difficili inizi e di vicende personali raccontate con tono umile e commosso, veritiero nel sistema delle convenzioni del tempo, che mette in risalto un tratto quasi inaspettato della personalità del magnifico pittore, dei gran turista e dei grandi committenti romani. The cultural legacy of the Duchess will be welcomed by her two sons, Francesco and Onorato, who will carry on relationships and commission. But let's leave Carlotta on the day to talk about Teresa Corsini, great-granddaughter of Pope Clemens XII. Born on September the 3rd, 1733, she got married with future Duke Francesco V in 1757. The villa near Santa Maria Maggiore has been destined to the young couple, and it later became their favorite place for leisure and holidays, and once again the center of cultural life, as it had been in the previous years with the Duchessa Carlotta on the day. The fact that Teresa was also a cultured woman who loved to surround herself with men of letters and artists favored this happy period in the life of the spouses. At the same time, an exclusive patronage relationship towards an artist is once again established. Antonio Cavallucci from Sermoneta was protégé of De Caetani as a true, almost anachronistic court painter. An exclusive and supportive relationship that the Caetani often reserve for artists, especially those from their lands. In the official portrait that Cavallucci made for Teresa, in pandan with the one for the Duke, the Duchess is sitting on an armchair and shows a piece of paper on which one can read sonetto. On the table there are some drawings and two books. In the background, an ancient statue seems to indicate the Duchess, maybe to further underline her cultural interest. A triptych of painting by the young artist was in the family collections. The one with Abigail in front of David is preserved. The theme must have been that of feminine virtues, probably a tribute to the Duchess. Thanks to Teresa Corsini, in fact, and also to the success obtained from the Accademia di San Luca, Cavallucci executed an altarpiece depicting the vision of Saint Teresa for the Church of Cisterna, destroyed during the Second World War. But the most important contribution in the commissions that bound the artist to the family and the Duchess is the decoration of the palace in Via delle Botteghe Oscure, formerly owned by the Mattei and then by the Cervelloni, both in 1776. The decision was to provide to the family a large palace in a central position with a precise desire to bring the name of the Caetani back to the heart of Roman life in every aspect. Teresa was involved in the choice of new furnishings, while rooms still preserved the refined and precious yellow silk wallpapers of French manufacture that she ordered. But it was above all in the iconographic program for Piano Nobile that her taste is perceived. The designated painter was again Cavallucci. The subject of the ceilings do not form a coherent thematic cycle, apart from a partial reference to the function of the rooms, but female deities and heroines are preferred. Cybele, Venus, Atalanta, Diana, Enchione, and Juno, which definitely suggest a female patronage, as Steffi Röttgen wrote. Unfortunately, the Duchess only saw part of this sumptuous furnishing realized as she died in 1779. The Archivio Catani also contains the correspondence of Teresa Corsini, on which I am starting working. I have chosen some letters to compare with the information contained in the on-the-day letters. Even from this small group appears a dense network of messages with the Neapolitan nobility, the presence in administrative matters, also in relations with the Curia, the request for protection and recommendations, and the intervention in judicial matters, as is evident in an autograph letter sent by Marc Antonio Colonna that asked for her support in a very serious issue in place of her husband. As a final case, I would like to talk about a woman of great personality, about whom I have already had the opportunity to write, especially because of the immediate interest she had aroused during my first researches. The description of her character, independence, her interest, have certainly determined my awareness of how often a completely misleading and sweetened image has been handed down of the role of women in high society. Teresa de' Rossi was born on September the 1st, 1781, first daughter of Giovanni Gherardo, scholar, writer, playwright, and Clementina Ingami, who shared with her husband an elegant salon. Teresa was not noble, but thanks to her father, she received an excellent education focused on humanities, for which she immediately showed inclination, enriched by conversation with the best men of letters of the time, assiduous visitors to the De Rossi house. Here she is in a portrait by Antonio Candiano that was her teacher in drawing. The attendance with the Caetani family was intense, in particular with the milieu surrounding Francesco V and the cenacles that took place in the villa on the Esquiline. It was probably in this way that the young woman met one of the Duke's sons, Enrico, who married her against his father's will. But the romantic escape was not the prelude to a happy union. The first years of marriage were marked by economic hardships since Enrico was a younger son. Only after the death of the first son, he became the de facto heir to the title, which he obtained in 1810. However, the marriage was already compromised, and the Duke went to live in the villa on the Esquilino. Teresa remained instead in the palace at the Botteghe Oscure, becoming its administrator and dedicating herself to the education of her children. To correct the difficult economic situation, she rented some apartments in the palace. This attitude was considered almost unscrupulous at the time, and their resourcefulness was often pointed out as extravagance. In these difficult years, instead, this cultured woman with a strong personality, thanks to her undeniable managerial skills, succeeded not only to maintain the family properties, avoiding their collapse, but also to keep alive that love for art that had always been present in the house. A dedication to art can certainly be led to concrete action in the field of archaeology. The Duchess personally dedicated herself to real excavation campaigns, both in the family properties and outside Rome, in southern Etruria. The Archivio Caetani preserves the inventory of his assets drawn up upon his death in 1842, which includes ancient pieces, Etruscan jewels, but also work tools and a significant personal library. Definitely, the fact that the Duchess personally visited the excavation only increased the perception of an uncommon temperament, which, on the one hand, broke conventions, but on the other, intrigued many intellectuals. Certainly, the excavation activity and the sale of art objects on the European market put Donna Teresa in contact with many of the most famous names in the antiques trade of the time, like many other noble women in Europe. So, in conclusion, I wanted to present these three medallions of excellent women, especially among the Roman aristocracy, which I hope I will deal with more extensively in my study. So, thank you for your attention.
Grazie, Ilaria. Yes, thank you very much for a very interesting examination of the role of the consorts of the Caetani family. Three very interesting women, especially Teresa de' Rossi, yes, archaeologist. Now I'll open the floor up to questions. Do we have, for the first speaker, Brianna? I just wanted to make a comment on the focus on female sexuality that's in the works and the maiolica that the iconography that's employed. Is that seen throughout her other patronage?
The role of mythology is used a lot, especially throughout the patronage of Zonto. And then Nicola da Urbino used mythology in the service for Isabella d'Este, so that female sexuality is also seen in there as well. It is unusual, right?
It's a woman commissioning these works.
Exactly.
And do we know how much she? Sorry, I haven't got one. How much of the iconographic program did Eleonora influence herself?
Right. There's a lot of, well, there's not a lot of documentation regarding her actual hand in commissioning. I hope to one day be able to go into the archives and dig around a little more to see if there's actual letters between her and Zonto. But as of yet, I have not found one.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brianna, and thank you to all three speakers. I mean, I was really interested in the way in which you elaborated on this kind of theatricality of the dining, and also this very interesting, subtle way in which Eleonora's patronage is really sort of developing that. And I was wondering whether, in relation to this idea about tactility and how it's kind of modulated in the objects, whether there are new theories about the senses, and in particular, whether Eleonora is really sort of engaged also with bringing forward a new sensory paradigm in her patronage.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to still be said about the sensory implications of Eleonora's patronage in particular. And that's what I hope to do with this research, to kind of bring her into the focus of female patronage and connecting her role in Maiolica, but also her role at the Villa Imperiale that she helped design out in Pesaro as well. So kind of connecting the use of Maiolica in the dining room and in that whole sensorial kind of experience.
Great, thanks.
Thank you all for your beautiful presentation and very stimulating. And my question is very simple. It's for Ilaria Sferrazza. So Carlotta Ondodei was an Accademica di San Luca, is the same, which is listed in the women in the Accademia di San Luca. It's her, Carlotta Ondodei. No, I found in Carlotta Ondodei in Accademia di San Luca as accademica d'onore, academic by merit. So I was just wondering whether it's the same person or not.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I'm still studying Carlotta. So in the last conference that was about the Villa Caserta, I realized how deeply she was involved in the cultural life of the Catani. So I started to explore the archive that is also organized in a very special way, the family archive in Palazzo Caetani. So it's very difficult to find documents, or better, it's easy, but they are set in a very special way. So I started from the letters, and I'm exploring piece by piece. I didn't found any documents related to the Accademia di San Luca. I know for sure that she was member of the Arcadia, as actually many other women in the time, especially in the 1700s. The fact that she had this important role and position is certainly connected with the relation of Batoni and the important presence that are in the society. That unfortunately was so short because she really died very, very young. That is hard to say, when the life is so short. But yeah, probably. Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to ask Ilaria to talk more about your sources. You seem to have a wonderful array of fondo, quite rich at your fingertips.
Well, yes, because in the studies for my PhD, it was funded by the collection. They asked me to study the 1700s from any point of view, as it was the century that was less explored in the archive. There are, of course, some documents that are very indicated, or some artists, like Girolamo Cicciolante. So the 1700s were free, were not explored. And so I have the opportunity to see a lot of documents, letters, or the Fondo Economico. The archive was reorganized in the early 20th century from Gelasio Caetani, that to write and to study his family and to write the Genealogia Caetani, Domus Caetana, basically rearranged the archive personally. So there are a lot of documents, really a bunch of documents, because it's the old archive that was originally in Sermoneta, in the castle Caetani, that was moved in the 1700s in Rome from Francesco V. So the archive is intact, but the documents are organized in many different funds. And so to find documents for each person, you have to indicate in each different fund, because they can be spread all around. So that was the difficulty, but yes, there was a lot also because it was intact and not studied at all.
Yeah, but it's wonderful that there are sources for these women, because historically we don't always have the documents to study. So that's really quite.
So it was I was very, very lucky to find that so much.
Yeah.
And it's actually to follow on from Adelina Modesti's point about sources. It was really fascinating. And one of the things that I was very struck by was Carlotta's, the insight into the incessant sort of demands of the social status and the kind of extended domestic world. But I was wondering whether there's there are any sources or there are specific pointers to suggest that Carlotta, and particularly in the fascinating case of Teresa de Rossi, are using advisors, thinking about the earlier model, or might be drawing on an extended network through their husbands, through their marriages, of advisors to really build their authoritative cultural agency in this respect.
Well, actually, I never find other personalities like advisor that were participating with them in the creation of this collection. I know that it happened before in the family Caetani. That were some maestro di casa or librarians that were suggesting to the Duke. In this period, I never noticed this presence also for the dukes. It's true that this period is actually full of economical difficulties for the family. So they do a lot, but as it often happens, this family lives over their possibilities, and they had a lot of really serious economical difficulties. So the collection Caetani, was not so extended, was not so big, was not so rich. So I don't know how much it was permitted to them, to the ladies, to to go in this way in this field. But for sure, always there was someone like an artist, like for Cavallucci mainly, that was the one who curated all the art and the culture. In fact, for the decoration of Palazzo Caetani in the Piano Nobile, Cavallucci is always mentioned, but we know for sure that there were other artists like Giovanni Battista Marchetti for all the decorations that in the time was working for several other families and palaces. But Cavallucci was not paid as the other artist. He got some gift as he was the artist of the house. But the fact that he's named as the painter and the only artist involved there, maybe it's because he was like a supervisor. So sometimes probably they use also artists as supervisors of their work. I hope I answer your... line of inquiry. Thank you.
Last questions for Ilaria. I don't know if you had a chance to see and to find already. I was curious to know if Teresa De Rossi has left drawings during her excavations, archaeological excavations, or notes or thoughts about what she had been doing.
Well, actually, no drawings. So I never found drawings. Also, if we know that she was taking drawing lessons as many other noble women, noble ladies in the time, but no drawings and no writings regarding the excavations. But there is a group of letters that she exchanges with her son, and so they talk about the discoveries. In the document, I show there are many pieces that were present in her house. The house, it was not the Palazzo Caetani de Botteghe Oscure. She had another property in Santa Marinella, so North Rome. So in the last years of his life, she was probably mostly living there. So she was very close, obviously, to all the excavation of Tarquinia and Cerveteri, especially. So we have some notes about the excavation she did that are published also from contemporary articles. So I didn't have the time, but there are some description of the excavation she did. So not directly written by her, but anyway, contemporaries.
But inspired by her, for sure.
Yes, yeah. And
the Caetani still have some estates in nearby Cerveteri on Tolfa, if I remember well.
Yeah.
Probably something is in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
I have some. Do we have any other questions from the audience? No. I have a question for Laura.
She's left.
She's left.
Because she had class.
Okay. I just wanted to know if Lacoste was widely circulated and if it was widely read by women.
Yeah.
It would have been an interesting to see how effective it was.
Yeah, I also had some questions for Laura regarding Roman de la Rose. There are some pictures illustrating violence towards women. And so if she had bumped into that and connected it to but she's not here, so we cannot have, if will be connecting later, probably we can just ask her later.
Okay. Thank you. If there are no other questions, we could close this session and we can meet downstairs off the courtyard in the library. Through the library to the back courtyard, there's coffee and tea and other refreshments and pastries for your delight.
And we will be back here in half an hour. Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome back, everyone. Our second session for this morning is on women's patronage, or some like to call it matronage, depending on what school of thought you're in. And it's been, the area of women's patronage has been one that has flourished in the last 30 or so years. And with such pioneering scholars as Catherine King, Marilyn Dunn, Catherine Vallone, Catherine McIver, and we're very honoured to have with us Cheryl Rees, who's one of the pioneering scholars who co-edited a book called Beyond Isabella, which looked at women's patronage from Isabella onwards. And so we're going to start with our speaker, online speaker, Isabella Ruiz, who will soon start a Juan de la Cierva postdoctoral fellowship at the UNED in Madrid. And in the last year, she served as substitute professor in the Department of Art History at the Universidad de Valencia in Spain. She obtained an extraordinary doctoral award for her thesis, The Artistic Heritage of the Crown of Aragon Community in Rome, circa 1350 to 1522, and also the National Bachelor's Degree Award in 2019. Her expertise lies in Renaissance art history, focusing particularly on the cultural exchanges between Rome and the territories of the Crown of Aragon. She's conducted multiple research visits to Italy, published in high-impact journals, and presented at national and international conferences. And she's been actively involved in the teaching innovation project Vieux Images y Paraules per la I don't speak Spanish, so this is very per la decolonizzazione della storia dell'arte, and in the research project Living Nobly in Modern Valencia, a court at the Spanish monarchy. Thank you, Isabel. Welcome. And you can start your presentation. Thank you. Oh, she will speak, sorry, she'll be speaking Women in Action, Female Agency in the Community of the Crown of Aragon in Rome, 1315 to 1525. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, congratulations to the organizing committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be part of this interesting event, for the opportunity to learn and to advocate for the place that women have held. Echoing the title of the presentation, Women in Action, I wanted to begin by thanking all the people in action who have shown solidarity with the misfortune caused by flood in my region, Valencia. Thank you very much. And now, were the women from the Crown of Aragon in Rome during the 14th and 16th centuries? This paper explores the presence of more than 100 women, unknown women. Traditionally, studies of Rome in this period focus on the papacies of Callistus III and Alexander Borja, their relatives, curials, ambassadors, notaries, merchants. There is a need to expand our understanding of the Crown of Aragon Natione in Rome, even more the role of women, revealing their impact. This paper highlights the efforts of two lay women, Jacoba Ferrandis and Margarita Pauli, who founded and managed the Domus Hospitales of San Nicolás and Santa Margarita Catalanorum. It then examines the Brotherhood of Nostra Dona de Montserrat, where women made up 1/5 of the membership. The conference rescues their names and analyzes their geographical origins, their social and economic statuses, and their contributions to hospitality, culture, art. Finally, it studies some beginners within the Brotherhood and the free development of the work and spirituality. This study is based on a critical analysis of numerous documentary sources preserved in various Italian archives, mainly the Archivo de la Obra Pía, Establecimientos Españoles en Italia. We have also consulted wills and other notarial instruments preserved in the Archivio di Stato di Roma and the Archivio Storico Capitolino. The findings have been interpreted within the broader context, a great number of studies on foreign nations in Rome, the evolution of confraternities, the phenomenon of hospitality, and Mediterranean exchanges. The presence of women from the Crown of Aragon in Rome can be traced back to the mid-14th century. Two laywomen, Jacoba Ferrandis and Margarita Pauli, established two little hospitals to aid the Catalan poor, sick, and pilgrims who arriving in Rome. Jacoba Ferrandis from Barcelona founded the Domus Hospitalis, the Hospital of San Nicolas, called Catalanorum, from the Crown of Aragon. The hospital could accommodate about 18 people during this period. It had chapel and it was located near the current Arco dei Cenci. Margarita Pauli, from Mallorca, founded the Domus Hospitales of Santa Margarita. This hospital was lesser and did not have a chapel, but it could accommodate 12 people. Like the Hospital of San Nicolas, it was located in the Arenula area, but in this case, next to the Church of Santo Tommaso di Spanis. Both women personally endowed these hospitals with their own property and administered them until their deaths. Inter alia, after the death of Ferrandis, the Hospital of San Nicolas owned, as we can read, several small panels influenced by Byzantine art, some liturgical books, liturgical objects made of humble materials, and a large number of fabrics, which richness would not be much again until the 16th century. We can find similarities with the Roman institutions, with other examples in the lands of the Crown of Aragon and with the rest of Europe. In the same city and period, Dona Guiomar, a Portuguese laywoman, founded the Hospice of Madonna di Belleme, and St. Bridget of Sweden acquired a house in the square of Campo dei Fiori to welcome pilgrims from the current territories of Sweden, Norway, or Denmark. Over time, these hospitals began merging into larger institutions. The House of Santa Margarita was sold, and the focus shifts to the Hospital of San Nicolas. This process of unification of the various small institutions was a recurrent phenomenon in this period. The Brotherhood of Nostra Dona de Montserrat, or Lady of Montserrat, was founded with the intention of taking charge of welfare, liturgical, and cultural tasks, as we will see below, with different colors. Despite the early foundations laid by Ferrandis and Pauli, very little is known about this woman involved in the institutions. The archival documentation does not help to know them, although we have found two other mentions. The first is Donam Andrea, in Latin, Donam Andrea, a Valencian who Ferrandis appointed in her codicil as the executor and successor of the San Nicolas Hospital. However, this plan did not come to fruition, as no other records of her exist. but only from Pons Astoris Amen, the successor in the administration. The other is Madonna Joana Marquesa, who donated a range of goods to the Hospital of San Nicolas: mattresses, pillows, sheets, blankets, towels, and napkins. What is the reason for the increased visibility of women following the founding of the Brotherhood of Our Lady of Montserrat? Firstly, societal changes led to a shift in the demographics of the Aragonese community in Rome. People involved in the hospitals of San Nicolas and Santa Margarita Catalanorum were predominantly clerics, with only a few lay people. By the time of the Brotherhood's founding, the presence of laymen had increased. The ecclesiastical sector continued to be the majority, taking into account the reasons why Rome exercised its power of attraction. But we can see a great number of merchants and artisans due to the growing number of trade routes connecting the Iberian Peninsula with the Mezzogiorno and the rising prosperity of Rome. Women made up approximately one-eighth. Over time, their participation increased, stabilizing between one quarter and one-fifth of the total. Secondly, a question of visibility. The Brotherhood records offer more detailed insights into the women involved. The archival sources provide names, entry dates, information about annuities, personal information of geographical origin and occupation, in the case of men, and personal bond, social condition, and origin, in the case of women. Vaquero Piñeiro suggests that the present and the origins of these women were linked to the merchants' trade networks. Their geographical origin was very varied, not only from the territories of the Crown of Aragon, as we can see, but also from all the present-day Italy and the rest of the Iberian Peninsula. Additionally, there was a high percentage of married sisters, almost always with a member of the same Brotherhood of Our Lady of Montserrat. On the other hand, the discovery of a beguinage linked to the Brotherhood of Nostra Donna de Montserrat must be highlighted. This phenomenon was widespread in Europe. In Rome, many foreign women found solace and community in such beguinages. The earliest mention is when the Ministra delle Bizzocche, the master, paid the annuity of the Brotherhood. Other seminal women are identified, as we can see in the presentation. It was also possible for women to maintain ties to the beguinage even after marriage or widowhood. These women often worked in domestic service for noble or ecclesiastical families, engaged in textile production, or, mainly, caring for the sick and elderly. This is important. Through these charitable acts, the Brotherhood project a powerful image of the Crown of Aragon on the papacy and other nations in Rome. Numerous examples can be mentioned, such as Caterina Vila, Caterina Pascual, or the Spitalera, Marina de la Torre, who was in charge of assisting women in the hospital of the Brotherhood until her death. She fell seriously ill, requested a will, intending to leave a significant portion of her assets to the Vulgo Dito Catalanorum Hospital, this hospital of the Lady of Montserrat. This leads us to the last point, the role played by women in the development of the Brotherhood's heritage. Since the Brotherhood's founding, two key factors significantly increased the quantity and quality of these artistic and religious objects: the rising needs and the growing number of members and subsequent donations, many of which were donated by women. These donations included everything from religious images to goldsmithing and textiles, as we can read, for charitable and liturgical purposes. Our paper highlights the donation of Marina de la Torre, the Brotherhood Hospitallers, as we can read, a black set of vestments, a black canopy, 2 tablecloths, sheets, cushions, other materials for liturgical objects, breviaries, but also Margarita Armagnac, paternosters of coral, the importance of this material, the red coral, and different other woman, Isabel Sanchez, Miss Tarafa or Tarasa, it's difficult to know if her name, Costanza, Francisca, or Esperanza, Joana Camarasa, and other woman, Esperanza, who donated a patent, Luisa, an important donation to the construction of the church, and Magdalena from Naples, who donated a marble image with Renaissance style. Despite their generosity, many other women have remained anonymous. This study reconstructs the presence and the role of the women associated with the Crown of Aragon in Rome. It emphasizes their cultural contributions, examining their spirituality, their hospital assistance, and their influence on artistic heritage. Jacoba Ferrandis and Margarita Pauli founded the hospitals of San Nicolas and Santa Margarita Catalanorum. The donor Joanna Marquesa and the still unknown Donna Andrea must also be mentioned. We have revealed the existence of a female beguinage and of 100 of sisters of the Nostra Donna de Montserrat Brotherhood. All their contributions must be highlighted as a meaningful cultural and artistic expressions on their context. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Isabel, for that lovely presentation of Spanish Women's Agency in Rome. Our next speaker is Rita Randolfi. Rita graduated in humanities, specialising in the history of art at the University La Sapienza in Rome, where she obtained a postgraduate diploma in medieval and modern art history and a PhD in art history. At the University of Rome III, she obtained a postgraduate diploma in general and museum didactics. Her interests range from 17th century painters to collecting in the 16th to the 18th centuries and 19th century sculpture. She is an expert on collecting and the properties of the Lante della Rovere family, and she has published numerous essays and articles for specialist magazines and exhibition catalogues, and has edited several entries for the Treccani Biographical Dictionary and so. And she's the author of the volumes Niccolò Tornioli in 2022, Palazzo Lante in Piazza dei Capretari, 2010, Villa Lante on the Gianicoli, 2005, L'Oratorio del Gonfalone, 1999, Parchi Romani, 1996. And she's also edited with S. Rossi and R. Papa, L'Enigma Caravaggio, Nuovi Studi a Confronto, 2023. And she teaches at the State Institute in Rome. Thank you, Rita. Rita will be speaking on a French woman transposed to Italy, Marie-Anne de la Tremoille, a model of progressive woman between the 17th and 18th centuries. Thank you, Rita.
Grazie. Thank you. Marie-Anne de la Tremoille was born in Paris in 1642, the daughter of Louis II, Duke of Noirmoutier. At a very young age, she married Adrien de Talleyrand-Périgord, Prince of Chalais, who was involved in a four-way duel during which the Duke of Beauvilliers died. For this reason, Adrien had to leave France. And thank you. And take refuge in Spain, soon joined by his wife. The couple moved to Mestre, where the prince died. After wandering around Italy, the widow landed in Rome. Here, thanks to intermediation of the D'Estrées brothers, Caesar, Cardinal, and Hannibal Louis XIV ambassador, she married Prince Flavio Orsini, Duke of Bracciano. The wedding was dictated by political reasons on both sides. France aspiring to get closer to the Roman aristocracy linked to the Pope, of which Flavio was the emblem. The Duke of Bracciano wished to obtain protection from France. The couple resided in the palace in Piazza Pasquino, but the time they actually lived together was only 9 years, although they were together for 23. Mary Anne often went away from the city to spend more or less long stays in Paris or Versailles, asking royalty for pension for herself and her husband. In 1698, Flavio also died. 3 years later, Louis XIV, through the mediation of Madame de Maintenon, with whom Marianne had befriended, appointed her Camerera Major, a lady in waiting, to marry Louise Gabrielle of Savoy, the teenage wife of Philip V, the first king of the Bourbon dynasty of Spain. In 1740, following Lily. Okay. Excuse me. In 1740, following the death of Mary Louise Gabrielle, she worked with Louis XIV to arrange Philip V's new marriage to Elizabeth Farnese, niece of Francis, Duke of Parma. But the Queen dismissed her. Marianne had to leave the court and took short refuge in France, which she soon left for Genoa. In 1720, helped by her nephew Luigi, son of her sister Louise Angelique and Antonio Lante, she returned to Rome, going to live first in a palace at Monte di Pietà and later in a flat at the Saint Apostoli. 2 years later, she died. In Rome, Marianne had acquired certain notoriety, having given great impetus to a custom defined as French style, giving life to a cultural salon in which good manners and conversation were practiced on various subjects. Rhymes were improvised, theatrical performance and concerts were organized. The spread of this kind of salon, which had the particularity of being open to men and women from different social strata, was decisive for the emancipation of fede sex who were excluded in Spain. The French cultural model, inaugurated in Paris by Madame de Rambouillet and perpetuated by Marianne in Rome, was nevertheless expanding. The Lante family, in particular Antonio, was fascinated by his sister-in-law, through whom he obtained title and honors. Coulanges wrote that the Duke opened the door of the Lante Palace on the Piazza dei Caprettari con una libertà tutta francese, sia per la conversazione sia per il gioco. The saloon that Marianne organized every evening at the Pasquino Palace had a special connotation. The noblewoman
liked to weave political discourse, but treated them with a certain lightness, which is why these meetings were particularly popular. Goulet emphasized how, from the first year of her marriage to Flavio Orsini, Marianne sought to impose herself in a Roman society while maintaining her cultural identity. The presence of numerous French artisans around Piazza Pasquino and Piazza Navona allowed her to stock up on clothes, colorful fabrics, and jewelry, as well as furnishing from her native country, contributing to the spread of French fashion. This meant being able to wear dresses with generous necklines and sleeveless, contrary to Innocent XI's edict of November 1683, which prescribed the woman should wear clothes which covered the shoulder, long sleeve, and the use of heavy, non-transparent fabrics. In 1692, in order to avoid the dispersion of her husband and brother-in-law patrimony, she signed a document in which all her stable, movable, allodial, and feudal possessions, with the exception of the palace in Piazza Pasquino and the jurisdiction of Bracciano, were made over her. In return, she took the numerous debt of the Orsini. In fact, she had already hinted in a letter of 1690 that she wished to purchase the asset of lineage, but the deed of 1692 is of exceptional importance, as it decreed the preservation of the integrity of Flavio and Lelio's art collection, which passed to the Lente family because of Marianne's will. The Princess of Bracciano, who after the transfer of the feud to the Odescalchi changed her title to Princess Orsini, in fact, remembering how her nephew Luigi has supported her in the most tragic moment of her life, when she was forced to leave Spain, bequeathed him the collection, which she defended with all her might, even clashing with a congregation of barons who claimed their rights over that patrimony. Not only that, in his will, Lelio had designated l'Arciconfraternita delle Santissime Stimmate di San Francesco as heir of his movable property, which, however, by virtue of the above-mentioned covenant, had to return most of the artistic objects to Marianne. Reading the post-mortem inventory of the princess, we found some very interesting information. The notary, Sir Camilli, specified she left the Lante family heirs of the asset in Italy and his brother Francis of those accumulated outside the peninsula. Among the most famous paintings inherited by Lelio, then passed on to Flavio, and from him to Marianne, are the Universal Deluge by Carlo Saraceni, the Conversion of St. Paul by Taddeo Zuccari, the two gouache boards with the Amorini by Polidoro da Caravaggio, also mentioned by Bellori. There are also the Adoration of Shepherds by Bassano, one on several versions of Christ in the Garden by Luca Cambiaso, and the drawing by Annibale Carracci's St. Gregory, possibly referring to the altarpiece for the Salviati Chapel in San Gregorio al Celio, which was destroyed during the Second World War. Marianne casually lent her paintings for exhibition at San Salvatore in Lauro, as she did for San Lorenzo Giustiniani, or for a portrait on an armored man of Giorgione, or for still life of birds and fish ascribed to Caravaggio, as well as for the overdrawn with fish by Paolo Antonio Barbieri, brother of Guercino. The princess also intended to exhibit the famous sketch of Tintoretto's Glory of Paradise, probably with the intention of finding some buyers. Lelio's painting and sculpture were added to those of Flavio, who owned Federico Zuccari's Calumny of Apelle, Annibale Carracci's St. John in the Desert, Filippo Napoletano's Turkish Horse, or even one of Mattia Preti's version of Sophonisba, the Copper with the Sleeping Putto by Artemisia Gentileschi, alongside numerous landscapes, seascapes, battles, still life, scenes, portrait of family member or prominent figure. The princess touch can be mainly in the purchase of portrait of French or Spanish friends or monarchs. In the audience hall, Marianne had places one painting she had brought from Genoa, un quadro rappresentante Madame Maintenon che tiene la mano al petto e all'altra un libro mezzo aperto che ripone nel ginocchio vicino a un tavolino e sopra del quale vi è un orologio a polvere, vestita con manto turchino e una veste di sotto ricamata d'oro con un velo grande in testa. Such a precise description gives the impression that the painting with Maintenon was a copy of Pierre Mignard's painting in Versailles. The noblewoman had herself portrayed around 1694 in the guise of Saint Francis of Rome, her patroness, holding an open book on the page of which was a passage in gold letter alluding to a miraculous divine apparition. The blue and gold colors and the richness of the dress were probably a reference to her marriage to Louis XIV. In the cabinet, the princess had arranged a piccolo quadretto fatto a penna in carta da Filippo V, confirming the relationship of confiance that had once linked her to the King of Spain. To conclude, Marianne's personality had a decisive impact on Roman society in the late 17th and early 18th century for several reasons. She contributed to the French Salon to proposing a democratic cultural model. She played an active role at the political level, demonstrating her ability to juggle with ease among the powerful of the time. Despite the fact that she was a woman and married, she did not consider marriage a suffocating constraint and had no qualms about leaving her husband for long periods of time to follow her career. Her pragmatism led her to defend the family economic interests and this prompted her to conserve the Orsini collection, but also to guarantee room for maneuver in the market by means launched for exhibition at San Salvatore in Lauro, or by financing restoration, in the conviction that her own visibility and affirmation also passed through art. Her freedom manifested itself even in her choice of artists, much preferring Italians as opposite to artisan, custom design, and tailor who were of French nationality. Her style had repercussion in the world of fashion, spreading a less rigid and more comfortable type of clothing. Her elegance, her affable, the apparent lightness of her conversation, her ability to never give up and to reinvent herself each time made her irresistible. And it must be admitted that the charm she was endowed with contributed to the transmission of a model of a woman for those times that was extremely progressive. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. We open the floor up to questions.
Thank you, Isabel, and thank you, Rita, for your interventions. Again, they are very enlightening for two different reasons. So, the presence of Spanish women in Rome is an argument which is really an ongoing argument. It seems that the Spanish community, Spanish community, was very active all over the early modern times, and they were active in many different fields. And so the first question, though, is to Rita. Whereas you are talking, it of course came to my mind Maria Mancini, and I was just curious to know if the time period of their lifetimes were similar, and it's actually they are, because Maria Mancini died in 1715, and Maria died in 1720, so actually they were contemporaries. And I think that your paper is shedding light on the fact that Maria Mancini was not insane, as Giovanna la Pazza, no? Juana la Loca, that now more and more we're discovering that she was not insane at all, but was more a political design to make her, to think her as an insane woman. And therefore, Maria Mancini, so besides the fact that, the 1800 historiography has designed, has this kind of unique personality, was not at all a unique personality, but rather she was part of a cultural milieu. So I was just curious to know if you have any evidence they met at some point. Vuoi translate in Italian? Stavo riflettendo sul fatto che mentre parlavi che Maria Mancini, mi è venuta in mente Maria Mancini, ho ricontrollato le date di nascita e di morte e mi sono resa conto che le due sono contemporanee, cioè 5 anni di differenza nell'anno della morte, no? E quindi il tuo studio serve anche, a far venire fuori ancora di più la personalità vera di Maria Mancini, che non era una pazza, che non era una folle, ma piuttosto viveva portava a Roma un modello, quello francese, come appunto Marianne de Tremeuil. Così, se avevi trovato per caso dei documenti o delle evidenze, se si sono mai conosciute anche a livello epistolare, piuttosto questo, insomma, e quindi
Probabilmente sì, si sono conosciute, anche se Marianne ha vissuto pochi anni a Roma e gli anni che ha vissuto a Roma sono stati per lei più difficili, perché erano quelli in cui aveva perso, questo ruolo di cameriera maggiore, che in realtà era una sorta di agente degli interessi della corona francese in Spagna. E quindi poi quando c'è questo cambio di regina, lei combina questo matrimonio con l'aiuto di Luigi XIV e del cardinale Portocarrero, ma in realtà entrambi gli uomini poi le fanno le scarpe, perché si erano preventivamente messi d'accordo con Filippo V di mandar via Marianne dalla corte spagnola. Però lei comunque aveva appunto questa grande capacità di reinventarsi, di riciclarsi in altre situazioni che la rendono così irresistibile. Tra l'altro, una curiosità, tantissimi ritratti di persone diverse vengono attribuiti a lei, cioè abbiamo dei ritratti con volti diversi che vengono detti sempre Marianne de la Tremouille. In realtà il vero volto suo non si sa neanche quale sia, era proprio tipo un agente segreto, faceva una vita pubblica ma nello stesso tempo nascosta. È interessante questa cosa.
Okay, I translated briefly. So probably they knew each other, Maria Mancini and Marianne, and Marianne. I mean, Rita has already said about the life and the history of a relation between France, Spain, and Italy. So the time Marianne was living in Rome, where the years that she lived in Rome were the hardest. So, but also Maria Mancini had the worst period ever in her lifetime when she was in Rome. That's the reason why she decided to literally escape from the city. And the very last things you are saying about the fact that there are many different portraits with different lookings, and they are all assigned as portraits of Marianne. So actually, we don't know how she looked like, and because it's a matter of fact that probably she was acting as a spy agent. So she was at the service of the court of France, actually. Grazie. Thank you. Any other questions?
I wanted to make a comment on Isabel's paper. I was struck by the number of women active in the confraternities, though they were a small percentage, but the two largest groups were married women whose male partners were members of the confraternities, and single women. And they were equal, I think it's 36% and 36%. I was just wondering if you could say something more on the role of single women, perhaps, at this time that seems to see an emergence of them working in opere pie and in charity work and spiritual welfare, but also physical welfare, because they patronised the hospitals. Can you
Salve,
elucidate?
sì. Si sente?
Sì,
Preferisco rispondere in italiano anch'io, se posso.
sì.
È molto difficile, prima di tutto grazie della domanda. È una questione sulla quale sto ancora lavorando, perché è veramente difficile dalle fonti capire queste informazioni, perché tutte queste informazioni che ho dato sull'origine, sulla condizione di sposata con un membro della confraternita, devo prenderla con molta attenzione e molta cura dalle fonti, e di solito queste donne vengono descritte con una caratteristica. Questa caratteristica, prima di tutto, è il suo matrimonio, il quale ci fa già capire che questa è la caratteristica principale per la quale vengono conosciute. È sposata con, sorella di, figlia di, questo è molto abituale nelle fonti di questo momento. E se sono single, allora vengono descritte in un altro modo, o per il suo origine, o per, diciamo, altre caratteristiche che appaiono con molta meno frequenza. Quindi è possibile che ci siano molte di più di quelle che sappiamo, che dietro a una caratteristica di origine ci sia una donna single, ad esempio, no? Quindi questo come punto di partenza ci fa già capire la situazione di quel momento, che la caratteristica principale era essere moglie di un membro della confraternita, che è molto interessante come, diciamo, come questione per studiare. E poi quello che lei mi ha chiesto, è vero che c'è un ruolo molto significativo, però mi fa paura, non voglio ancora buttarmi su, dargli una risposta concreta, perché secondo me ci sono molte più donne di quelle che le fonti ci hanno ancora confermato che erano donne single. Comunque sì, di solito davano oggetti, donazioni in specie, anche qualche donazione in metallico, come avete visto Luisa, che dona una grande quantità, 65 ducati per costruire la chiesa, però quello era eccezionale. Di solito sono donne che danno il suo patrimonio, che danno i beni totali, ad esempio, per diciamo oggetti liturgici e oggetti assistenziali, o se no danno anche, diciamo, attraverso l'annualità e attraverso donazioni concrete, puntuali davanti a, diciamo, a festività che danno, diciamo, fanno una donazione grossa per soprattutto oggetti liturgici e assistenziali per questo ospedale della confraternita.
Yes, Isabel was talking about how a lot of well, first of all, that the sources probably don't give us a true picture of the number of women that are involved in the confraternities, that there were many more, but that women were defined, as has always been the case, as daughter of, it was in relation to their male authority figure. So the daughter of the male member, the wife of, and the single women were defined more by their origins, where they came from, etc. And that they were, that the women were actually quite strong in relation to retaining their patrimony and supporting their families, and that Isabel needs to do more work on, would like to do more work on this to get through to the number of women that were actually participating. The other point I wanted to make was that contrast between the Spanish women, very much involved in a lay spirituality, and Marie-Anne de la Tremoille was very much a mundana figure, involved in public life and in transposing French culture and fashion in Italy.
Posso aggiungere,
Sì.
posso aggiungere che per esempio quando lei andava a Parigi o Versailles ordinava vestiti per se stessa ma anche per i familiari. Ci sono delle lettere in cui addirittura chiede al marito di contattare un sarto per avere le misure esatte per fargli fare dei vestiti apposta. Quindi vestiti che venivano dalla Francia e quindi che erano un po' più moderni e il suo contributo in effetti ha come conseguenza a Roma di ridurre un po' l'influenza che la Spagna aveva avuto fino a questo momento nella città e invece appunto espandere questo gusto francese. Lei lo fa anche con ovviamente alcune parti ho dovuto tagliare per brevità, ma anche per esempio con il mobilio, con i servizi da tè, da caffè. Lei si faceva mandare questi cucchiaini decorati alla francese, piatti, servizi. E quindi ecco, diciamo che in un certo senso lei cercava di ricostruire una piccola Parigi nei posti dove andava e quindi anche a Roma, pur però avendo questa libertà di dimostrare la sua preferenza per gli artisti italiani e invece per quanto riguarda l'abbigliamento, l'arredamento, allora preferiva i francesi, ma anche in musica perché Goulet ha fatto uno studio sui gusti musicali di Marie-Anne, lei preferiva i musicisti italiani, quindi italiani, sì, italiani. E poi la sua libertà, ecco, finisco anche nel, invece, per esempio, avere tra i suoi vestiti anche qualcosa che veniva dalla Spagna o le stoffe, lei era molto attenta alle stoffe che faceva venire da Firenze. Quindi magari il modello era francese, ma le stoffe erano fiorentine.
Locale.
Quindi era proprio... È proprio affascinante.
Okay, yes. Rita was saying that Marie would order French clothing from Paris for herself and her family, and that she was and also furnishings and textiles would come from, some from France, table services as well. She was trying to recreate a little Paris wherever she went, including Rome. But her preference was for Italian artists, which balanced out. Her musical tastes were also Italian, so that there's been studies done on this, and that French fashion started to take hold in Italy in the second half of the 17th century, to replace the whole stronghold that Spain had on the peninsula. And she's very much a part of this trend to create a French style, but with perhaps local textiles. For example, she would order textiles from Florence, fabrics from Florence rather than elsewhere. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So for Isabel, Patricia Rocco would like to know if you come across any connections between the Cenci family and the Spanish community's charity, other than the location near their palazzo.
Grazie della domanda, molto interessante. Grazie, veramente fu molto interessante e anche scioccante quando ho trovato la localizzazione, perché si pensava che l'ospedale si trovava da un'altra parte, invece si trovava proprio lì, e l'ho saputo attraverso la documentazione della famiglia Cenci, attraverso l'archivio Cenci Bolognetti, lì in quei documenti l'ho trovato. E quindi viene menzionata la famiglia nei documenti, però per la vicinanza. Vengono come testimoni, nei documenti vengono nominate persone della famiglia Cenci, ma non perché avessero un rapporto con l'ospedale, ma perché abitavano, le sue proprietà stavano lì in quella zona.
Yes, Isabel, you did look at the Cenci family documents archive and did find that there was a connection in terms of the fact that they were neighbours, but not any connection with the actual hospital. So I hope, Patricia, that answers your question.
Yeah, just to follow on from this really interesting sort of discussion that's coming up around de la Trémoille's kind of worldly status and this modelling of herself as a progressive woman. So I just wanted to sort of push a bit further. I mean, to some degree, it's now been touched on, this issue of the French taste and the relationship with French art and artisans. I mean, I'm just wondering to what extent, however, those tastes which are sort of constructing an idea of this woman of fashion and as a leader of a kind of new fashionable kind of identity, if you like, which also cross-cuts across the world of family spaces as well, is also, in a way, entangled with a kind of sense of progressive spaces of artistic agency in Rome, in the Roman context. So in other words, there's a double level of kind of progressive identity at work. So that in that wonderful last portrait that you showed, I mean, she doesn't consciously look very sort of self-stylized as this woman of fashion. There's something you say about the looseness, the sort of sense of a pose, almost an informality. So she's cultivating something else in addition to this idea of the worldly progressive woman.
Allora,
Napoletano, l'ultimo Annibale. Zuccari.
allora, lei in realtà subisce le critiche dell'ambiente romano. Qui, sì, qui è molto formale, anche perché qui è ancora molto giovane quando viene rappresentata. Probabilmente stiamo agli inizi proprio del suo matrimonio con Flavio Orsini. Diciamo che Flavio mal sopportava la moglie, che invece era molto più apprezzata dal cognato, da Antonio Lante, con tutto che invece Antonio Lante non andava d'accordo con la moglie, Luisa Angelica, che era la sorella di Mary Ann. Cioè Antonio sopportava Mary Ann perché da lei aveva ottenuto tantissime onorificenze, però dalla moglie, poiché era la moglie, invece prendeva le distanze. Quindi c'è questa doppia, come dire, anche doppio comportamento di un uomo nei confronti di una donna con cui, che è la cognata, con cui si dimostra più liberale, mentre con la moglie no. Esatto, perché comunque poi c'era tutta la corte, diciamo, anche perché i Lante faticano a, diciamo, raggiungere un livello di apprezzamento nella società. Per ben 2 volte, anzi per ben 3 volte avevano 3 cardinali che hanno rischiato di essere papi ma non ci sono riusciti perché sono morti tutti prima. Solo Federico Marcello era presente al conclave, ma gli altri 2, Marcello nel 500 e Alessandro, che era ancora più importante, nell'800, muore prima, diciamo, della morte del Papa, quindi non partecipa al conclave. E quindi c'è questa doppia personalità. Lei fuori di casa, cioè quando era in Spagna o in Francia, lei era estremamente libertina. A Roma è libertina, ma soprattutto nel palazzo del cognato e non dentro casa sua. Lelio non aveva buoni rapporti, Flavio, scusate, non aveva buoni rapporti con la moglie. Mi sono spiegata.
Practically, the model that now she was proposing as a progressive woman was working in kind of scattered places. So within her house, she was more liberal, more free to express her awareness, of being as a career of that kind of model. But when she was outside, especially when she was in Rome, that she moved with more suspect, and because especially her husband didn't like her at all, and whereas her brother-in-law loved her much more, but at the same time her brother-in-law didn't love his own wife, who was the sister of Mary Ann, for moral constraints. So he could be more open-minded towards her sister-in-law because it was not his wife. Whereas when he was at home, he had to, to behave and to make her wife behave properly and accordingly to the societal norms. So it was a kind of difficult to her. She was playing a kind of double games, double roles, two faces of the same token. And so it was difficult really to build up something that could be a prototype for other ones.
Of married relationships. So in other words, she's sort of actively using a certain kind of idea of social mobility and status, but also to, as it were, overcome some of the barriers of these particular married constraints. So it's a really fascinating case.
Marito è morto. So actually, because she could have a kind of breathtaking when she moved out, and when she was in Spain, she was completely open to express her personality. And when she came back to Rome, and at the time, Flavio in 1698 had already died, and at that point she could behave accordingly to her personality. So yes, it's a kind of fascinating figure. Any other questions? No? Good.
No? Allora, siamo. We will now break for lunch. We meet back here at 2:15. No, 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Okay, and we'll have our first keynote speaker at 2 o'clock. Chiara Mercuri, un'esegesi riparativa per la storia delle donne. Thank you very much. And there.
subsessions, it's three parts. So we will be starting with Chiara Mercuri, who is, as I told you this morning, the keynote speaker for the day. And then we will go on female desire, power, and motherhood. And then after the tea break, queer reflections and lesbian identities. Well, the keynote we have today, Chiara Mercuri, we are particularly honored to have her here. She is a renowned, an important medievalist and scholar in the Middle Ages, an historian actually. And she has just recently published, we hope it will be coming out in English soon, this book, La nascita del femminismo medievale, Maria di Francia e la rivolta dell'amor cortese. It was published by Einaudi, a book I have personally devoured because it is not only, of course, an incredible source of important information. It really opens a perspective on the Middle Ages and the role of women in the Middle Ages, aristocratic women actually in the Middle Ages, which probably no one had thought about before. And last but not least, is written very well, which is sometimes we as a scholar, we tend to not write very well, but it's written in very, as we say, round, Aulic Italian style. Chiara is faculty at Istituto Teologico di Assisi. So she works and lives in Umbria, and we really thank her for coming from Umbria to here just for us. And she is expertise is on the reading and reflection upon the medieval sources. She has gotten a degree at Sapienza in medieval history, and she has attended the Université Paris Nanterre,
She's gotten a PhD in geography at Tor Vergata in Rome, and she has also had a master in studi storici francescani at Pontificia Università Antonianum. She has been research for the Progetto Giovani Ricercatori at University Tor Vergata, and in Tor Vergata she has been gotten a lot of postdoc. So she has really one of the most important medievalists at the moment. She has worked and conceived the research project I Santi Patroni del Lazio, and what else? So she has also met the conference Histoire du Moyen Âge in France, and she has gotten a very important prize, Académie des Inscriptions des Belles Lettres, for her monograph Saint Louise et la Couronne d'Épines, correct my French pronunciation, and the prize Lupicaia 2017 for the monograph Francesco d'Assisi, La Storia Negata, the Denied History. And she's been, of course, in the boards of many journals and publishing houses. Today, Chiara, of course, her list of publications is never ending, and today Chiara is going to deliver this groundbreaking paper on un'esegesi riparativa per la storia delle donne. She will be delivering it in Italian. She will be talking slowly and time by time. It depends on the difficulties of passages I will be providing, or I try to provide, an English translation. So just welcome Chiara with a warm welcome.
Thank you.
And the stage is yours.
Welcome, everyone. I'd like to read my paper in English, but it's too hard for me, your pronunciation.
See, you have to switch because that microphone doesn't work. You have to switch, please.
Okay. I said I'd like to read my paper in English, but your pronunciation is too hard to me. But in my opinion, the Italian version is not useless because you can seize all my disappointing regarding the interest in history, especially in gender history. So let's start, excuse me, in Italian version, with the Italian version. La storia delle donne è un filone di studi che sembra oggi assediato dalla sfiducia, una sfiducia in primo luogo epistemica, relativa all'interrogativo: esiste la possibilità di arrivare a una storia delle donne che non coincida per forza con un discorso del maschile sul femminile.
So the history of women is a field of research which nowadays seems to be kind of taken apart, and this is because it comes from the question mark: does it exist a chance to get to the history of women which does not coincide with the male discourse over the female one?
Negli anni 80 del Novecento la storica Gianna Pomata lanciava un allarme. La gender history, diceva, si riduce alla ricostruzione del discorso del maschile sul femminile e quindi è un odioso gioco femminista. Dunque, cosa dovrebbe invece essere la storia di genere? Mi chiedo e vi chiedo.
what should be the gender history. So just following up what the historian Gianna Pomata in the 80s of the 1900s was already warning us, saying that the gender history could be a kind of neglecting feminist game.
Per Gianna Pomata la storia deve dissotterrare i fatti, déterrer les faits, e gli storici non dovrebbero confondere storia delle donne con gender history, un filone destinato a renderci solo più edotti sulla storia degli uomini.
So Gianna Pomata says that what the historians should do is to just to bring into light the facts, the actual facts, and they should not overlap the history, the women history with the gender history, which is, a path of research which leads us only to be more, to acknowledge the history of men.
Con la gender history, scriveva Gianna Pomata, nous sommes encore une fois en présence d'une histoire des hommes. Dunque Pomata diceva di sotterrare i dati e lasciate da parte il discorso del maschile sul femminile.
Well, and Gianna Pomata said actually just take out the facts and try just to leave them and not to overlap, the male discourse over the female one.
Ma abbandonare la storia del discorso del maschile sul femminile, ammesso che la gender history sia solo questo, è possibile? Nel senso, è possibile, ad esempio, tentare una storia degli afrodiscendenti degli Stati Uniti senza che ciò non diventi inevitabilmente una storia di trafficanti di schiavi, di proprietari terrieri e di elite anglosassoni? Come negare che per alcuni gruppi fragili, gruppi minoritari, contestatari e per alcune categorie sociali sottorappresentate nelle fonti, le stesse condizioni materiali di vita dipendano interamente dal mutare del discorso dei gruppi dominanti su quelle minoranze oppresse? Il discorso di Gianna Pomata potrebbe valere all'inverso. Si può prescindere dalla ricostruzione del discorso femminile sul maschile. In questo caso possiamo dire che esso potrebbe fuorviare lo storico, poiché la condizione maschile non è dipesa da esso. In quanto ceti dominanti, essi hanno da soli costruito lo spazio materiale, giuridico, culturale in cui abitare, indipendentemente da ciò che le donne volevano e si aspettavano da loro, e senza che esse potessero esercitare la loro influenza in merito.
This is what Pomata was saying. It is practically, how can we, for instance, write the history of the Americans, of the primitive of the Native Americans or the Afro-Americans without talking of the history of the slaves, the history of the landowners, and the history of the Anglo-Saxon elites. This is impossible because when we go into researching the minorities, fragile groups or minorities groups, or groups which had contested, the society, it is quite impossible not to talk of the dominant elites, and it is, of course, that of the white male perspective, because it was to them to it was that they had constructed the material space and also the juridical and cultural space where to live in, where to work in, and where to be in, a space where the women, they can or cannot live, but absolutely without their, it was not their choice, but was something they had to do because they came along and kind of have predetermined the choice done by the men.
Persino in campo erotico, nel campo che è proprio centro di questo nostro incontro di studi, in cui gli uomini hanno in larga parte dialogato con il sesso femminile, essi non hanno chiesto il parere delle donne, prescindendo del tutto da ciò che le donne attendevano, arrivando a stabilire anche ciò che doveva desiderare e come il loro corpo funzionasse da un punto di vista fisiologico. Gli uomini, anche nell'ambito che più degli altri avrebbe dovuto essere, se non condizionato, almeno in dialogo con le donne, quello erotico-sentimentale, si sono fatti dettare le regole di comportamento non dalle donne ma dagli altri uomini. Pensiamo ad esempio alla pratica esecrata in tutte le società patriarcali di alcune posizioni durante l'atto sessuale, la donna sopra l'uomo, rapporti in presenza di sangue mestruale, il sesso orale praticato dall'uomo sulla donna. È evidente che il rifiuto di tali pratiche non era dettato dal discorso femminile sul maschile, ma dal discorso maschile sul maschile, che doveva lanciare l'interdetto su quei maschi che praticandole avrebbero rinunciato ad aderire e a ribadire anche in campo erotico la piena sottomissione delle donne.
So also for what it regards the topic of this conference, in the field, in the sexual field, men they have never asked women what to do and how to do. And they had also designed as a female body could work and could be. For instance, we can even see the practice of sex and love, where in some patriarchal society, some positions during the sexual act were determined by the willingness of men over women, and that is a matter of fact that also in this environment, in this field, the men have exercised a power and to fully submit the women.
Dunque, il primo punto da cui mi è sembrato urgente partire in questa sede è assolvere la gender history dall'aver spesso coinciso con la storia del discorso del maschile sul femminile, poiché per ciò che attiene le donne tale discorso ha coinciso purtroppo con la loro storia ed eluderlo equivarrebbe a voler ricostruire la storia degli ebrei europei prescindendo dal secolare discorso che i cristiani hanno tenuto sulle comunità semitiche. Come eludere infatti che le fonti parlano nei termini e nella misura in cui i gruppi dominanti lo permisero? Come non partire dall'evidenza che anche la testimonianza delle donne, quella che a noi storiche e storici serve per ricostruire la loro storia, sia stata piegata a quelle formule discorsive, a quel linguaggio fisso, alle sole parole consentite loro, a quegli schematismi, a quelle stereotipie che erano quelle attraverso cui solo era dato loro di esprimersi. In che termini, chiediamoci, verrà registrato e tramandato dalla storia il caso di cui tutti e tutte abbiamo fatto esperienza in questi giorni, quello della studentessa dell'Università di Teheran che nuda ha camminato sul piazzale del suo Ateneo per protestare contro l'azione della polizia morale. Il regime degli Ayatollah si è infatti già premurato di consegnarci in proposito una perizia psichiatrica da loro accuratamente eseguita in cui si attesta che la donna è malata. Ora immaginiamo che questo è stato fatto sistematicamente nel Medioevo, epoca in cui le fonti sono state redatte, tramandate sotto il controllo delle elite maschili dominanti. Dovremmo quindi prendere quelle fonti alla lettera? Tra 50 anni, chi avvicinerà le fonti sulla studentessa iraniana? Derubricherà l'episodio come un caso di stabilità mentale? Si terrà conto da parte delle storiche e degli storici futuri che la fonte parla il linguaggio degli Ayatollah? Saranno in grado di ristabilire la verità storica? Eppure, quella che, riferita a fatti di cui siamo stati testimoni, ci sembra un'operazione scontata da mettere in campo quando si tratta di epoche lontane da noi, viene invece sospettata di essere arbitraria e tendenziosa.
We need to start from we should try to forgive the gender history, because most of the time has been same as the history of men again over women. But in this regard, it's like to receive or to reconstruct the history of the Jews in Europe, not taking in consideration the secular discourse that the Christians were carrying on towards and inside the Semitic communities. So how could we exclude the sources which talk about the thinking of the dominant groups? How can we put evidence in the history of women in order to clearly take out what the actual history has been? Just to make an example, it's a fact which is under our eyes in these days. It is the history of that student in Tehran, university student in Tehran, who was walking completely naked in front of the university to protest against the moral police of her country. So the Ayatollah have already listed this young student, this young girl, as an insane woman. So what if now we're going to imagine what happened during the Middle Ages when systematically the sources were done and written by the men, or at least controlled by the dominant male elite? So should we take those sources as a matter of fact? In 50 years, the scholars and the historians who will be studying the history of these students in Tehran will be able to see if actually these students is or was insane or not. Will they be able to take in consideration that those sources are speaking out the language of the Ayatollah? Will they be able to reestablish the truth of history?
Così le nostre biblioteche sono piene di storie di donne instabili, ninfomani, infide, traditrici, mitomani, cattive madri, pessime mogli, patricide, uxoricide. E però ogni volta in cui in pubblicazioni deputate alla gender history si è proposto di rivedere il metodo, di fissare criteri esegetici nuovi, di rileggere la storia, di riscrivere la storia, intorno si è generata diffidenza, come se la gender history fosse un comparto della storia non abbastanza neutrale per poter dettare alla storia con la S maiuscola le azioni da mettere in campo.
Our libraries are fulfilled with histories of women who were unstable, who were thirsty of sex, they were betrayers, they were the worst mothers ever, they were awful wives who committed different kind of crimes, killing their fathers or their mothers or their sons. But at any times we've tried to re-see the methodology of the gender history, to fix the criteria, new criteria, to reread the history with the capital H. Right away, the part of the scholars started up an argument and started to see this kind of new reading and the chance to rewrite this method with suspect. Even if it is like, you know, this part, this branch of the history is not as neutral as it should be, and therefore has no kind of acknowledgement as a whole.
Voglio ricordare a titolo esemplificativo che nell'introduzione alla pur meritevole e pionieristica collana dedicata alla storia delle donne, edita negli anni 90 dalla La Terza, La curatrice Christiane Klapschitz-Zuber si affrettava a giustificarsi dicendo: questa storia delle donne non difende tesi, non milita a favore né di un progresso né di un regresso della condizione femminile nei diversi periodi nei quali sono divisi i suoi volumi. Se la Klapschitz-Zuber si sentiva in dovere di affermare che non vi fosse in quei volumi alcun intento di affermare tesi, è perché la gender history ha dovuto sempre entrare in punta di piedi, con soggezione, nel territorio della storia, che pure le è proprio quanto alle altre discipline, perché la si sospettava di essere divisiva e rivendicativa. Si deve anche precisare che quell'affermazione, che a noi oggi può sembrare una dichiarazione di resa, deve essere spiegata col fatto che in quegli anni si riteneva che il fondamento scientifico di ogni ricerca storica fosse tanto maggiore quanto più il suo laboratorio di sperimentazione restava chiuso rispetto all'esterno, cioè in altri termini non comunicante con il presente, scevro da ogni presa di posizione o pretesa di affermare qualcosa che avesse valore per il presente. Quasi che la loro validità perdesse di fondamento scientifico se essa in discussione sia usata per operare analisi sul presente o definire politiche future. La gender history del resto si robustiva all'ombra di un equivoco, che essa fosse nata per impulso e a sostegno dei movimenti di rivendicazione femminista, mentre essa era figlia di una rivoluzione più generale.
Just to make an example, I'd like to remember that in a preface in a series of books which was published in Italy at the beginning of the 90s under the curatorships of the late Christian Klapisch-Zuber, to whom everyone are in debt. But in that preface, Christian Klapisch-Zuber was trying to justify herself, saying, and I quote, "This history of women doesn't want to defend any thesis. It is not militant, neither towards the progress nor towards a regress in the of the women conditions in different time periods, among which all the volumes of this series will be divided into." Christine Klapisch-Zuber, if Christine Klapisch-Zuber was feeling the duty to affirm that all those volumes did not want to affirm in any thesis, it was because the gender histories has been always entered the history with respect towards all the other disciplines in the history, and it was seen as something which divided and revenged something rather than constructing to build up a new horizons. We also need to say that those words that nowadays to us it seems that we really just decided to give up our weapons as not to be explained with the fact that in those years the scholars thought that the fundamental the scientific basis and pilasters of any historic research was definitely better if done in an experimental lab. And therefore, it was worthwhile because it could be kept inside that lab and not going outside the lab. It had not to communicate with what was outside that kind of environment, and so could not be considered a threat towards the present times. And the worst misunderstanding about this theory was that the gender history was born in support of the feminist movement, and it was the daughter of the feminist movement rather than being, as it is, the daughter of an overall and more general revolution.
La gender history nacque invece da una rivoluzione più generale, una rivoluzione storiografica che Agli inizi del Novecento, come sappiamo, negli Stati Uniti, con l'apparire del fondamentale testo The New History, James Harvey Robinson negava che il discorso storico volto ad affermare qualcosa per il presente fosse ideologicamente condizionato. Dovere della storia, egli precisava, è quello precipuo di essere socialmente utile, di operare previsioni sul futuro, ingaggiando un dialogo con esso. La storia doveva, secondo Robinson, abbandonare il gusto antiquario e divenire ancella dell'etica, convertendosi a quella che era la sua vera vocazione, tracciare orizzonti di possibile progresso per tutte le componenti della società. Ok.
So this historiographic revolution was born in the United States of America in the outset of the 1900s, when the fundamental text was the New History was written by James Harvey Robinson. Robinson ideas was that history must be useful for the present times, and has to be an engaging tool for the future, and to open a dialogue with it. So, to quote James Harvey Robinson, a book of 1912, he says, and quote, "The older traditional type of historical writing was narrative in character. Its chief aim was to tell a tale or story by setting forth a succession of events and introducing the prominent actors who participated in them. It was a branch of polite literature competing with the drama and fiction, from which, indeed, it differed often only in the limitation which the writer was supposed to place upon his fancy. The things that would enter them in history would be not the great message of toiling man, not the silent revolution by which nation passed from barbarism to civilization, from ignorance to knowledge, from poverty to wealth, from feebleness to power, but the striking figures of history, great kings and queens, the leaders of armies, men renowned for statecraft and the dramatic incident in the life of nations."
E puoi continuare, perché per meglio rivendicare il valore tutto sociale della storia, Robinson prendeva appresso le parole di Lord Bolingbroke.
Yes. And so he went on just taking the words of Lord Bolingbroke who in 1737 used to write, "An application to any study that tends neither to make us better men and better citizens is at the best but a specious and ingenious sort of idleness, and the knowledge we acquire by it is a creditable kind of ignorance, nothing more. This creditable kind of ignorance is, in my opinion, the whole benefit with which the generality of men, even the most learned, reap from the study of history. And yet, the study of history seems to me, of all others, the most proper to train us up to private and public virtue."
La storia delle donne, quindi la gender history, è nata nella scia di questo spazio aperto dalla nuova storia, anche se non beneficiò dello sforzo compiuto da Robinson, ma dagli storici delle annales francesi. Perché? Perché questa nuova storia, invocata da Robinson, è tutta sociale per definizione, ebbe agli inizi del Novecento negli Stati Uniti un'accoglienza fredda. Il seme gettato da Robinson non trovò quell'humus adatto a farla attecchire. Così, se James Robinson fu il primo a porre il tema di una storia faro per la politica e per l'etica, il suo appello non fu accolto e prevalse una generale diffidenza verso l'apertura propugnata da Robinson alla collaborazione stretta con altre discipline quali la sociologia, la statistica, l'antropologia culturale. Furono Marc Bloch e Lucien Febvre a trovare nella Francia, uscita dalle ceneri della Prima Guerra Mondiale, una guerra che aveva mostrato tutta la follia di una storia decisa a tavolino dagli imperi, a raccogliere i consensi necessari per attuare quella rivoluzione storiografica necessaria. Marc Bloch e Lucien Febvre riuscirono a calamitare attorno al gruppo della rivista delle Annales le migliori forze della storiografia francese. Il bersaglio da colpire era per Marc Bloch lo stesso di Robinson, quello di una storia, anche quella delle epoche più remote, che fosse tutta a servizio del presente.
Well, history of women, the gender history, therefore was born within this space, which was opened not only by Robinson, but in Europe, mainly by the historians of the Annales, of the French Annales. Why? Well, because it is a new history that was claimed out by Robinson, is a social history by definition, and it had a very cold welcome in the United States at the beginning of the 1900s. Therefore, however, the seed that Robinson just threw into the ground didn't find that very fertile ground able to make it grow and to become it a discipline which could see the history as an highlight for the politics and the ethics. It was again in Europe, thanks to Marc Bloch and Lucien Febvre in France, that was just coming out from the ashes of the World War I, a war which had shown all the foolishness of a history decided at the table by emperors and kings. That revolution have been start. Marc Bloch and Lucien Febvre were able to attract with nearby towards them a group of scholars in this journal called Les Annales. Really gave birth to one of the most important seasons in the 1900 historiography.
Così Marc Bloch riecheggiava le parole di Robinson. Si l'histoire néanmoins vers laquelle nous porte ainsi un attrait presque universellement ressenti n'avait que lui pour se justifier. Si elle n'était en somme qu'un aimable passe-temps, comme les bridge ou la pêche à la ligne, vaudrait-elle toute la peine que nous prenons pour l'écrire? Pour l'écrire, j'entends honnêtement, véridiquement, et en allant autant que faire se peut vers le ressort caché. Par suite, difficilement, le jeu à écrit en temps rigide a cessé aujourd'hui de nous être permis. Fût-ce, ajoute-t-il, c'est de l'intelligence. Cela a été dit en 1938 et en 1942, où j'écris à mon tour. Combien les propos s'échantent-ils encore d'un sens plus lourd? À coup sûr, dans un monde qui vient d'aborder la chimie de l'atome, et commençons seulement à sonder les secrets de l'espace stellaire dans notre pauvre monde qui, justement fier de sa science, n'arrive pourtant pas à se créer un peu de bonheur. Les longues minutiés de l'érudition historique, fort capables de dévorer toute une vie, mériteraient d'être condamnés comme un gaspillage de forces absurdes au point d'être criminelles, si elles ne devaient aboutir qu'à enrober d'un peu de vérité un donnant de l'assommon. La rivoluzione delle Annales a poco si impose in tutta Europa, ricevendo larga accoglienza non solo dalle comunità scientifiche, ma anche dalla società civile. Come aveva sostenuto Robinson, la storia doveva smettere di essere storia di papi, di re, imperatori, aprirsi allo studio delle masse, divenendo storia di bambini, di anziani, di donne, di animali, di credenze, di villaggi arroccati e sperduti. Per supportare la nuova storia fu innanzitutto necessario ampliare la tipologia di fonti ammesse a fare da testimoni, nonché lavorare sul metodo per avvicinarle. Il fatto che in Europa questa nuova storia attecchì non vuol dire che gli storici delle Annales non trovarono di fronte a sé plotoni di artiglieria. In particolare dal fronte della filosofia arrivarono attestazioni di sfiducia. Heidegger, Gadamer, Derrida, negli stessi anni in cui operava il gruppo delle Annales, negarono validità al lavoro storico. Decostruzionisti, epistemologi, relativisti negarono la possibilità di giungere a una ricostruzione oggettiva del racconto della storia. Gadamer prendeva di mira proprio lo storico in sé, il quale gli diceva non avrebbe saputo compiere delle analisi scevre dai suoi propri condizionamenti e convincimenti. Derrida, nell'Écriture à la différence del 1967, si appuntava invece sulle fonti, definite tutte ugualmente, intrinsecamente sfuggenti e passabili di infinite possibilità di interpretazione. Bloch rispondeva che non è la fonte che deve essere veritiera o lo sguardo dello storico che deve essere puro e imparziale, ma il metodo a dover essere scientifico. Non esistono del resto due modi di svolgere il lavoro di storico, ma solo un modo competente e uno incompetente. Negare la possibilità per lo storico e per la storica di arrivare a discernere fra fatto e opinione, tra fenomeno e credenza, tra storia e mito, non è una posizione neutra o neutrale, come i seguaci del relativismo epistemico sostengono, ma al contrario è un'implicita difesa dello status quo.
Well, the revolution of the analysis time by time took over Europe, and they were getting acknowledged by not only by the scientific communities but also by the society, the civil society. And as Robinson had claimed and said that the history had to give up to study the history of the popes, the history of the kings, the history of the emperors, and instead history had to open to the study of the mass, becoming the history of children, the history of the old people, the history of women, the history of animals, the history of beliefs of villages, also the most lost in up on the mountains. And to strengthen the new history, what these historians claimed to do was to make a wider, to see and to study a wider typology of sources, and the most important fact, the fact that we had been insisting forever, was the method to study them. So, of course, they had a lot of detractors, such as Heidegger, Gadamer, and Derrida, who were really denying the importance of this new kind of approach and method. And according to Bloch, by the way, there didn't exist any other way to study history if not that of using a scientific methodology. So it didn't exist two different ways to be and to work as historians, but just one way to be in and to be competent on what you are doing, the historian was doing, and not to be competent on what the historian was doing. So denying the possibility for the historians, both male and female, to get and to get into the awareness and to make a difference between the fact and opinion, between the phenomenon and the belief, between the history and a myth, was not only a neutral position, as you know, the followers of the relativism, epistemological relativism used to say, but on the contrary, was a statement of the defense of the status quo.
Bloch si chiedeva chi è lo scienziato e qualcuno rispondeva che può ripetere un esperimento per mostrare che i risultati a cui esso conduce non cambiano mai. Nella recensione al libro Statistiques d'expérience di François Simian, Bloch ammetteva che rispetto allo scienziato da laboratorio lo storico non può scomporre i fattori del proprio esperimento e mostrare il loro condizionamento immediato sul fenomeno, ma non di meno lo storico può supplire a questo deficit conoscitivo prolungando l'osservazione nel tempo e comparandolo ad altri fenomeni simili. Le monarchie, ad esempio, analizzate nella loro lunga durata in diverse aree del mondo, mostrano come partendo da premesse simili si arrivi a esiti identici. Lo storico può e deve inoltre supplire a questa impossibilità di provocare i fenomeni, facendo esso stesso esperienza della storia, laddove essa si manifesta con più forza e maggiore evidenza nei suoi processi che sono sempre in atto. Solo parte della sperimentazione storica per Bloch deve essere infatti compiuta sulle fonti. Le dinamiche devono essere dedotte dalle fonti, ma quei paradigmi devono poi essere colti nei processi storici ancora in corso. Egli per primo studiò il fenomeno della formazione delle false credenze solo in parte nelle fonti medievali, in parte in guerra. Unì all'esperienza diretta che egli ne fece negli anni della Grande Guerra lo studio della credenza del potere taumaturgico dei re di Francia. Il suo sforzo non mirava solo a ricostruire la genesi e la propagazione della credenza nel tocco delle scrofole nel Medioevo, ma ad individuare un paradigma valido anche per il futuro. Oggi quello schema individuato da Marc Bloch durante la Grande Guerra, a proposito della formazione e propagazione delle fausses nouvelles de guerre, è stato applicato alle fake news, dimostrandosi perfettamente aderente, a riprova della capacità della storia di permettere una conoscenza esatta dei fenomeni.
Well, it was Bloch to reply personally to his detractors and making a comparison between the historical research and the scientist who works in a lab. In the review of the book Statistiques d'Expérience by François Simian, which was written between April and May 1933, Bloch used to say that there is a difference between a scientist who works in a laboratory and an historian. As a matter of fact, that an historian cannot divide every single factor of his experiment and show that what he's doing can have an effect, an immediate effect on the reality. What an historian has to do is to analyze in the long term the different, to analyze the sources and to analyze them into a long term, because only towards the analysis and the observations of the long-term effects of a given source, even taken from the past times, it may have an effect on the present and the contemporary times. This methodology, was not working only when Bloch was living, and especially this idea came up during the years he spent fighting in the World War during the World War I. So it was not only valuable for that time, but it is still a very valuable methodology because it has been applied to discover the fake news. And so just saying that the appropriate reading and use the use of the sources is make us able to better analyze and know also the contemporary facts.
Lo stesso vale per la storia delle donne. Dobbiamo fare esperienza del funzionamento del patriarcato non solo studiando nelle fonti del passato, ma osservandolo nelle sue attuali manifestazioni o sopravvivenze. Il proprium della storia, si dirà, resta lo specifico di ogni fenomeno, ma ciò non impedisce di individuare costanti valide nel tempo. Terremo in conto quella differenza, andando di volta in volta a sottrarlo, a sommarlo, a seguito di ogni comparazione operata, senza negare però la possibilità di desumere dalla storia paradigmi che rendono possibili le previsioni circa gli esiti di determinati fenomeni. Il problema dunque non risiede nella mendacità delle fonti storiche o nell'impossibilità per lo storico di operare analisi significativamente fondate, ma di giungere a una definizione di un metodo univoco e alla definizione di termini e di concetti che abbiano lo stesso significato per tutte e per tutti. Un esempio che non riesco a non evocare quando si discute di sfiducia epistemica è quello dell'esilio di Dante. Esso è un fatto ben attestato nelle fonti, ciò che ha permesso una sua interpretazione contrastante. Per alcuni infatti fu una sconfitta politica, come è noto, per altri un'epurazione. Non dipende dai limiti della disciplina o dalla parzialità delle fonti, ma dal fatto che non si sia mai arrivati alla definizione di un dizionario epistemico condiviso. La presa violenta del potere deve infatti essere intesa da tutte e da tutti come un colpo di Stato e non come una ordinaria dinamica di alternanza politica. Dunque non è la storia ad essere strutturalmente inadatta a far avanzare la conoscenza, arrivando a stabilire dati inoppugnabili da cui occorrerà sempre partire, al di là del mutare delle epoche e delle sensibilità, ma il metodo che nessuno si è premurato di definire. Per ciò che attiene alla storia delle donne, ad esempio, non possiamo negare che le fonti devono essere tutte rilette e riscritte sulla base di un'esegesi riparativa. Assumo questo termine mutuandone la definizione dal campo della giurisprudenza, dove riferito al concetto di giustizia, esso indica un'azione che deve fare da contrappeso ad un'altra che ha leso il diritto di qualcuno o di un'intera parte. Per arrivare ad una corretta ricostruzione della storia delle donne non basta infatti ricostruire il contesto in cui furono prodotte, è necessario usare maggiori contrappesi, capaci di riequilibrare il fatto che esse furono prodotte non con lo scopo di testimoniare, ma di ribadire la necessità della loro sudditanza. Quando furono poi le donne stesse ad esprimersi, esse lo fecero attraverso termini e concetti che erano quelli dei loro oppressori. Così come le storiche e gli storici del futuro dovranno non soltanto ricostruire il contesto dell'Iran di Khamenei, ma con atto esegetico riparativo attribuire un segno opposto a quell'attestazione di disagio psichico prodotta in riferimento alla ragazza che ha passeggiato nuda nell'Ateneo di Teheran. Ora ci sembra banale dire che in questo dovrà consistere una buona esegesi di una cattiva fonte, creata con lo scopo precipuo di nascondere la verità, ma so già che tra qualche decennio questa evidenza non sarà più così evidente. È successo poco tempo fa con un verbale redatto nel 1952 dalla polizia praghese in merito alla condotta di Milan Kundera, accusato di essere un delatore del Partito Comunista Cecoslovacco ai danni di un amico. Ebbene, molti hanno considerato nel 2014 quella fonte una fonte attendibile. Attendibile perché testimonianza di un verbale autentico, documento redatto da una riconosciuta autorità pubblica. Quindi accadrà anche per la ragazza di Teheran. Si dirà che la perizia è autentica in quanto si tratta di un atto ufficiale, di un documento firmato da un medico, provvisto di adeguato titolo di studio e regolare facoltà di esercitare la propria professione, di una perizia eseguita nei termini prescritti dalla pratica ordinaria, nonché dalla deontologia professionale. So bene che molte e molti tra voi staranno pensando che gli esempi evocati sono casi limite, che non possono condizionare o influenzare il nostro approccio alle fonti. Ma che fare di fronte a periodi o fasi della storia in cui il contesto non produce che casi limite, nel senso che il caso limite diviene la norma, come oggi in Iran sono migliaia i casi di donne picchiate, torturate e uccise dalla polizia morale.
So we were the fake news and the same discards can be applied for history of women. And we have to be aware of how the patriarchal system was working back in the past times, but not only through the study of the sources of the past times, but, and this is the point, by the observations of his present times manifestation and surviving aspects. Therefore, the very important things it is to find and to try at least to make a proper definition of a unique kind of methodology which would lead to the definition of terms and concepts which could have a kind of universal meaning for everyone. I can make an example. I used to make an example when and I use the exile of Dante. Well, the sources tell very well that Dante got out from Florence, and he had to get out from Florence. But for there are different interpretations of the same identical fact, and it is because because it can be read as, you know, an act of power, or as just, you know, an ordinary administration of political alternance. Therefore, for what it concerns, it regards the history of women, we have to be aware that all the sources must be reread, especially they have to be rewritten on the basis of a new methodology, which will be trying to fix those kind of fractures or aspects which are not, which could be interpreted in a different way. And so, as for the history of women, it is not enough to reconstruct the cultural context in which they were produced, but what we have to do is to use different weights which will be able to make a balance between the fact in itself, in the time in which the fact was produced, not just with the scope to make a witness of the times, but just to see and to restate the necessity of a kind of submissions of those facts to a broader patriarchal family. And it's a matter of fact that when in 1952 the Prague's policemen were condemning Milan Kundera because he was accused to betray the communist, the Czech Communist Party. In 2014, the same identical sources was considered an authentic testimony, and that report was considered in 2014 an authentic document written and done by public authority, which was renowned as such. Therefore, the same things that will be happening for the students in Tehran, and in 50 years, whoever will be looking and reading the documents, will be saying that the document is true because it's been signed by a doctor, a doctor who has gotten his degree in medicine, and he had a regular he could do his job because he had his license to be a doctor, and therefore in 50 years the history of that girl in Tehran will be seen as a true history, so that girl will be considered an insane woman, and that's why we should reread, you know, the history of women. Just browsing in Iran, for instance, the thousands of cases of women which are tortured, violated, or killed by the moral police.
Negli anni 90 del Novecento lavoravo in un gruppo di ricerca afferente all'École Française de Rome, in partenariato con l'Università di Roma 3, che ruotava attorno alla rivista Santorum. Tutte e tutti ci consideravamo continuatori e continuatrici del movimento delle Annales, anche perché al nostro gruppo afferivano molti dei loro epigoni, come Jacques Le Goff o Eveline Platlajan. Allora ci sembrava importante combattere la battaglia che mirava a conferire lo statuto di fonte storica ad alcune fonti che fino ad allora non l'avevano avuto. Penso alle fonti iconografiche, alle fonti agiografiche, che erano all'epoca considerate fonti adatte solo per la storia del cristianesimo o della religiosità. Vincere quella battaglia significava guadagnare alla storia delle donne un numero considerevole di fonti fondamentali, perché le poche donne che nel Medioevo si sono espresse lo hanno fatto tutte dall'ambito di un'esperienza religiosa o guadagnando la gloria degli altari, cioè divenendo sante. Si trattava quindi di affrancare dal pregiudizio il più cospicuo corpus di fonti prodotte sulle donne medievali, anche perché in occasione dei processi di canonizzazione delle sante venivano chiamate a deporre soprattutto delle donne, per giunta delle più diverse condizioni sociali. Si pensa ad esempio al processo di canonizzazione di Chiara d'Assisi, aperto nell'autunno del 1253, dove furono chiamate a testimonianza non solo le nobili parenti della santa, ma anche le umili inservienti a servizio della sua famiglia d'origine, nonché le vedove, le madri, le contadine, le indigenti, che impetrarono lei viva o morta il suo intervento. Non si poteva rinunciare a spingere lo sguardo in fonti in cui attraverso la registrazione dei miracoli si esprimevano i bisogni e le aspettative di donne che non hanno lasciato altra traccia nelle fonti. Eravamo preparati al fatto che avvicinare quel tipo di fonte comportasse l'assunzione di un atteggiamento ancora più prudente riguardo a ciò che essi dichiaravano, in quanto tali deposizioni erano rese al fine di ottenere la canonizzazione della loro amica o patrona. Ma quale documento, ci chiedevamo, è davvero scevro da un intento propagandistico o diffamatorio? Esiste una stele, una lapide, un arco di trionfo che non sia stato eretto con l'intento di promuovere o premiare l'operato di qualcuno? Erano gli anni in cui iniziava a svanire l'idea, cara ai primi analisti, di poter arrivare alla definizione di un dato oggettivo, nudo, primo attraverso la statistica, quella disciplina che per prima fu chiamata da Mark Bloch in aiuto della nuova storia. Oggi ognuno di noi, abituato a fruire quotidianamente dei dati statistici in ogni settore dell'informazione, sa che anche i numeri e le percentuali possono essere manipolati e piegati a interessi molto diversi da quelli della conoscenza. Un dato statistico, purtroppo, se non viene letto con metodo, resta inerte, così come i dati presentati dalle fonti. All'epoca combattevo la battaglia per ampliare il tipo di fonti ammesse a divenire fonti per la storia. Oggi mi rendo conto che più urgente è il modo in cui trattare le fonti che parlano delle donne o in cui le donne si sono espresse. Ad essere urgente non è il lavoro, che è certo necessario, di dissotterramento delle fonti o di accumulo dei dati, come chiedeva Gianna Pomata. Il vero nodo è quello di condividere un metodo interpretativo. Astenersi dal formulare tesi, dall'operare analisi, dal rileggere la storia con intento riparativo rispetto ai danni prodotti da fonti redatte col solo intento di mistificare la realtà, non è un atteggiamento di prudenza, ma di resa. Di fronte a quel tentativo sempre strisciante e mai neutro di voler confinare la storia delle donne dentro il recinto innocuo e confortante della storia dei costumi, della mentalità o della religiosità. Molti sono quelli che resistono di fronte all'evidenza che le nostre biblioteche storiche, i nostri archivi sono pieni di fonti che devono essere rilette e reinterpretate in maniera corretta, perché nei secoli passati questo non è stato fatto.
In the 90s of the 1900, I was working I was joining and working a research group from the called Française de Rome, and together was joining also the University of Roma 3. This group of research was working also in the journal Sanctorum. There was a group of young researchers and students, and we were all considering ourselves as, we were taking the legacy of this annal, even because within this group, inside this group, there were also some scholars who came from the first generation of the annales, such as Jacques Le Goff and Eveline Parlagen. Well, at that time, we were considering it very important to fight a battle which was the target was that of giving to some geographic or iconographic sources the very status of historic sources, which back then were just considered side categories, for instance, for the history of the Christianity or the history of religion. To beat that battle, to win that battle, meant to be to gain, to make the history of women, to give to the history of women an incredible number of important new sources. It was very important and fundamental because the women during the Middle Ages expressed themselves most of the times in different environments. I wanted to just to give to your attention example, and it refers to the canonization of Clare of Assisi, and the process was opened on the fall of 1253. On that occasion, many women were called to testimony. So there was not only the aristocratic relatives of St. Clare, but I'm talking also of maid servants, of peasants, of people coming from very humble families and environment, but also widows, mothers, and people who were living at the edge of the society and who were actually claiming and calling the intercession of the saints for just giving some favor or reliefs. Therefore, besides the fact that those sources were registering the miracles the saint had done, but what we were interested in was that we could read in that reports the needs and the expectations of women that have left no other trace to make us talk of them. We were aware and we were also prepared to the fact that just going closing and going towards that kind of sources could be those kind of sources had to be taken with prudency, because of course we were also talking how women that were trying to give support to the canonization of their friends or patrons, say not yet saints. But at the end, which the questions we were consequently posed to ourselves, which is which I mean all the documents in a way could have a propagandistic mean, for instance. So does exist a piece, an arch of triumph, an inscription or whatever, which was not done with intent to promote or to prize somebody. To our idea, it doesn't exist. So every single object has to take and handled with attention, with awareness, but it's a matter of fact that it is something we have to start off. At the same time, we started using the statistics. So statistics is something we are living, we used to live with and in these times, but back then, and especially back to the Mark Bloch's times, it was something completely new. And but the way these statistics are used and seen and read can give a lot of new insights in the history of women, and gives us the perfect tools to reread again the history of women, which is not only the history of our intent was that of getting rid of the history, to take off the history of women from the history of the costumes, the history of the mentality or religiosity. We really wanted to see how these women lived and who they were. And so just going back to the Robinson words, it resounds even more actual is its words. And I quote, "Obviously, history must be rewritten, or rather innumerable current issues must be given their neglected historic backgrounds. Our present so-called histories do not ordinarily answer the question we would naturally or insistently put to them. When we contemplate the strong demand that women are making for the right to vote, we ask ourselves, how did the men win the vote? The historians we consult have scarcely asked themselves that question, and so do not answer it. We ask, how did our courts come to control legislation in the exceptional and extraordinary manner they do? We look in vain in most histories for a reply. No one questions the inalienable right of the historians to interest himself in any phase of the past that he chooses. It is only to be wished that a greater number of historians had a greater skill in hitting upon those phases of the past, which serves us best in understanding the most vital problems of the present.
Dunque, torno a ribadire, è necessario intraprendere una generale rilettura delle fonti in un'ottica di esegesi riparativa che assolva le donne dall'accusa costante di follia all'interno delle quali sono state presentate. Penso in particolare alla mistica, campo che resta tra i più fraintesi della storia e solo di recente ammesso a far parte di fonti deputate a fare da testimonianza alla storia, subito dopo l'affrancamento delle fonti agiografiche. Il Medioevo è un'età in cui le donne hanno avuto pochissimi spazi di espressione, ma tra 300 e 400 si assistette, come è noto, a un'improvvisa fioritura di testi scritti e dettati dalle donne, alla produzione di un numero significativo di epistolari, di memoriali, di autobiografie, di deposizioni in vista dei processi di canonizzazione. Angela da Foligno, Margherita da Cortona, Caterina da Siena, Francesca Romana, Giovanna d'Arco furono donne che ruppero il silenzio dei secoli precedenti e lo fecero attraverso una tipologia espressiva del tutto nuova, la mistica, appunto. Quando con il gruppo dell'École Française editavamo, commentavamo, studiavamo tale messe di testi in cui le donne si sono espressi, non siamo riuscite ad arrivare a risultati di rilievo, anzi, per anni non siamo proprio riuscite a decifrare la voce delle donne, una voce che dopo secoli arrivava a farsi sentire, ma con la volontà sembrava di non farsi capire. La mistica era per gli stessi redattori di quelle fonti, quasi sempre dei maschi, per loro stessa ammissione incomprensibile. Noi esegeti ci siamo divisi fra chi di fronte agli eccessi di quel linguaggio, alla violenza delle esperienze raccontate, all'impossibilità di ravvisarvi una qualche verisimiglianza, le ha lette dal punto di vista psicanalitico, presupponendo un quadro di malattia conclamata, di nevrosi o di anoressia delle donne che vi parlavano. O chi invece ha continuato ad attribuire loro un valore puramente religioso, il racconto di un'unione con Dio che per definizione non può essere intellegibile. Il limite non può che essere intellegibile. Il limite di entrambe quelle posizioni mi appare oggi risiedere nel fatto che esso ha continuato a prendere in esame, seppure in ottiche interpretative contrapposte, solo la lettera del testo. Non ha cioè previsto un surplus interpretativo, non ha messo in campo quello sforzo di esegesi riparativa che la situazione limite della condizione femminile, e nel caso delle donne è durata per millenni questa condizione limite, avrebbe richiesto. Dobbiamo quindi abbandonare l'idea che queste fonti, anche prese in numero consistente, come auspicava Gianna Pomata, potranno mai servire a fare storia delle donne se non risolviamo prima il problema di come esse debbano essere interpretate. Esse non riusciranno mai a parlare se non si usa una lente precisa, una lente che deve sempre essere inforcata quando si tratta di rifare la storia delle donne in contesti di patriarcato puro, compresi quelli odierni. Senza imboccare la strada dell'esegesi riparativa, perché preoccupate o preoccupati di essere giudicati poco avvertiti, poco lucidi, poco rigorosi, continueremo a condannarci a frequentare la storia in punta di piedi. Non ci sarà il rischio di frane e di smottamenti, ma in compenso le fonti continueranno a parlare una lingua di cui non siamo in grado di interpretare i segni. Inutile continuare a lamentare una penuria di fonti, inutile anche ammetterne sempre di nuove a testimoniare, se prima non risolviamo il problema di una loro nuova lettura radicalmente riparativa rispetto al difficilissimo contesto testimoniale in cui furono prodotte. Si tratta infatti di fonti che non possono essere avvicinate senza inforcare gli occhiali della gender history, ed è inutile continuare ad accusare la gender history di essere parziale, di essere storia del pregiudizio femminile sul maschile, di essere storia rivendicativa, di essere storia divisiva. Il solo modo di fare storia delle donne, sono in totale disaccordo con quanto sosteneva all'epoca Gianna Pomata, è quello di fare gender history, cioè di leggere le fonti sulle donne con le lenti di un forte pregiudizio, lo stesso che oggi speriamo guiderà il lavoro futuro delle storiche e degli storici iraniani. senza partire da forti atti di riparazione rispetto a quanto negano o raccontano in maniera distorta, non troviamo in quelle fonti nulla di utile, nulla di coerente, nulla di significativo, ed esse continueranno ad apparirci tutte uguali, tutte serialmente indecifrabili, tutte serialmente oscure. Come si può non capire che lì ci sono donne che parlano un linguaggio cifrato, nei limiti di espressione loro concessi? Come non tenere in conto che esse per esprimersi ricorrono alla mediazione che hanno insegnato loro i direttori di coscienza, i confessori? Spesso erano infatti i redattori stessi di quei testi a spingere queste donne a rifiutarsi ai mariti usando l'argomento della castità gradita a Dio, a mascherare l'odio maturato verso i coniugi come odio verso la loro vita dissoluta e contraria alla morale cristiana, nel nascondere la ribellione alla violenza, ritenuta all'epoca sempre legittima se esercitata dai mariti, come un combattimento contro il demonio. Eserciti di confessori e di direttori di coscienza addestrarono le donne a interpretare la loro rivolta nei confronti di una condizione femminile insostenibile, umiliante, aberrante, in termini che potessero essere accettati dagli uomini, che quelle condizioni di vita mantenevano in piedi. Il loro rifiuto verso il matrimonio doveva essere raccontato come un'aspirazione ad un matrimonio mistico con lo sposo celeste. La misandria doveva essere mascherata da amore per la castità. Le percosse, le ingiurie, le punizioni feroci di padri e mariti violenti dovevano essere raccontate come attacchi del demonio. Provate, vi chiedo, a leggere i trattati del Mattiotti, confessore di Santa Francesca Romana, alla luce di una semplice esperienza religiosa. Non troverete nulla di significativo o coerente nelle sue visioni. Provate a leggerli nel segno opposto, quello della malattia, della schizofrenia, e di nuovo non lo troverete coerente con il ritratto che comunque emerge di una donna forte e lucida, capace di impegnarsi ogni giorno in difesa delle donne e degli emarginati del suo rione, nel quadro di una religiosità razionale, serena e costruttiva. Perché però ogni volta in cui è in casa il demonio la picchia selvaggiamente, prova a strangolarla, tenta in ogni modo di gettarla dalla finestra, la umilia, le impedisce di pregare, di ricavarsi spazi suoi, di stare sola, ostacolando ogni sua attività fuori dalle mura domestiche? È una fonte inservibile se interpretata alla lettera. È una fonte che per giunta non piacque neppure alla Chiesa, che a più riprese chiese ai suoi confessori di arrivare ad una biografia più accettabile, espungendo dal racconto della sua santità visione e gli attacchi più furibondi del demonio, considerati poco adatti ad una canonizzazione che infatti puntualmente ad ogni nuovo tentativo per oltre 200 anni fu negata alla Santa di Trastevere. Dunque, chi voleva compiacere Francesca raccontando ciò che raccontò? Non il proprio confessore, non la società che le era attorno, non la Chiesa cattolica. Forse quindi stava solo provando a dire la verità e siamo noi che continuiamo a non capire ciò che le accadde. Perché il racconto della verità è stato camuffato, attribuendo al demonio gli attacchi che nella realtà dei fatti provenivano dal marito. Sul marito del resto siamo ben informati, Francesca non voleva sposarlo, era violento, dedito al bere, ignorante, superstizioso. Con l'aiuto della madre chiamerà in casa una fattucchiera per compiere esorcismi sul corpo malato di Francesca. Ora vi chiedo di nuovo, provate a rileggere le biografie dei suoi confessori, sovrapponendo però alla figura del demonio quella del marito, e vi renderete conto che divengono d'improvviso parlanti e vivida testimonianza della vita delle donne nella Roma del 400.
Well, it's opening another and final paragraph of Chiara's lecture, and we'll be talking of the mysticism and folly, and and that is the case of and we can take these two aspects of life of women from the bios of the geographic bios, the biographic sources. It's a matter of fact that during the Middle Ages, the women had very, very limited and little space of expression. But between the end the 300 and the 1300 and the 1400, there was a sudden flourishing of written text, either dictated by women or written by other ones. What we see, it's really we assisted to a production of a very meaningful number of epistolaries, memorials, autobiographies, but also, depositions and which were done during the process of canonization. A few names for all: Angela da Foligno, Margherita da Cortona, Caterina da Siena, Francesca Romana, and Giovanna d'Arco. They were women who tried to break the glass ceilings and made it towards a new expressive typology that was that of the mystics. And when I was working in this research group at École Française, we were asked to edit, to comment, and to study these really numberless texts where women had expressed themselves. We actually were not able to get any important or consistent outcome. For years, we actually were not able at all to see and to detect the voice of women. However, that was a voice that after centuries arrived to our hearings, and we were somehow trying to get it and to try to listen to. The mystics was something written by men, and so they were themselves to say that was something they could not really understand. At that point, we were trying to read these sources, looking at the psychoanalysis, or trying to see if there were any kind of actual illness or disease. There were some kind of neurotic issues, anorexias, and and so there were also another part of the scholars who were kept on continuing to see and to read to those sources just a religious value. And that religious value was that of a tale of a narration of the union with God, and by definition, the union with God cannot be read, cannot be understood. So there were two different positions, separate positions, which really hard they could to speak to each other. So at that point, I was trying to take distances from Gianna Pomada's positions and to trying to receive and to try to set up my own methodology and ability to read and to interpret those sources. And what I see, and what the outcome I got is that we are not able to make these sources speak if we don't use a very precise lens, which is the lens of to redo the history of women and to receive them in context of pure and absolute patriarchal system. Of course, we have to include also the nowadays times. So otherwise, if we don't, we are not able to do and to use through the lens of this method the history, we will not be able really to serve the history the history of women in a proper way. So we have to stop saying and complaining that we have very scarce sources in the Middle Ages, and most of them are unuseful, because it's a matter of fact that the sources we have to go through are the sources I've just mentioned, and that what we have to do is to read them and to try to give them another significance. And in this regard, I'm stand by what it's called the gender history. One of the questions that came up during this project of research, it is how can we understand the presence of, how can we understand the women in the past times who are talking a language which was a kind of hidden language, or a language which used a different kind of codifications, which was a codification imposed by the limits of the expressions which were given and provided to them by the patriarchal society. So we have to take into account the fact that all these women, when they were writing their biographies, their mystic experiences, they had to use the help of the mediations of their mentors or in their confessors. And of course, they used to give a different interpretation. And in this regard, we have to talk about we have to use the study case of Santa Francesca Romana. And I'm really ask you to read or reread Mattiotti's writings. Mattiotti was the confessor of Santa Francesca Romana. And if you, instead of reading them as a very simple religious experience where you find nothing interesting at all, you try to read them with the opposite sign, that of a kind of illness or a schizophrenia. And at that point, what you can find, it's a coherent portrait of a woman which was a strong and smart woman who was able to commit herself every day and towards the defense of women and towards the people who were living at the edge in the Rione and Trastevere, where she had been living, even though she was doing this within a framework of a very precise and very well understood and religiosity, which was though religiosity very serene and constructive. At that point, when we are going to read that the devil was cruelly beating her, which was trying to strangle her, which was trying to throw her out of the window every day, which was how could we say nowadays, gaslighting her, which was banning her from praying or to take over her own room, her own space, to be alone, just giving them, providing obstacles to any kind of activity that Francesca Romana wanted to make and to do outside the domestic walls. Well, if we're gonna read, these treatises, Mattiotti treatises with this lens, we probably see that she was making the evil talk for herself, and that was not at all the evil to beat her, to try to throw her out of the window, to try to stop her praying and not to make her to take over her own space. And when we go to read that Francesca Romana's husband was very worried about her mental sanity, and a man she didn't want to marry because he was violent. He used to drink and to get drunk at any time. He was ignorant and also very superstitious, and his superstitions led him to ask the help of his own mother, to call at home a woman, a fattucchiere, a kind of witch, to try to take out from the body of Saint Francesca Romana, he considered a body of an ill person, to take out the evil from them. Well, if we read the Francesca Romana biographies, and we go to reread, the Francesca Romana biographies, we will probably figure it out, and we will understand that what Francesca Romana was living was the very vivid and living and the speaking testimony of the life of women in the Quattrocento Rome. Thank you.
It's sure. He talked about her husband.
So, questions? Yes. Madeline, sorry. Could you provide, Maddie? Ah, Giancarlo, I didn't see you. I'm sorry.
So first of all, thank you, Chiara, for your lecture that was full of passion and very inspiring. You made me think to something that just 1 week ago, I would say almost shocked me. I was in Paris, in the Louvre, and I visited their new exhibition about les fous, fools, mad people. At a certain point, there is a beautiful portrait coming from Vienna, a portrait of Joanna of Castile, Juana la Loca. A portrait, Giovanna la Pazza.
Okay.
I read the caption, and in the caption, we just read, after the death of her husband, her mental state obliged her father and son to keep her in captivity. No other words. The first time someone did archival research about her in Simancas was in 1869, so more than 1 century and a half ago. It was Karl Hildebrandt who published a book called Une énigme de l'histoire, la captivité de Jean de la Folle d'après documents nouveaux. So it was the first time, more than 1 century and a half ago, that someone said she was not mad. So my question is, it's more a question maybe for everyone, but of course I would like to ask your opinion. How is it possible that in 2024, in very important museum as the Louvre, in an exhibition organized, curated by a woman, we don't question ourselves, we don't try even to communicate to public, because that is maybe something, the most important idea of an exhibition, why we don't try even in a second, even with a caption, to say, that was not true. We have to watch again the story, we have to watch again sources. Women were not mad, they have been considered mad by men for example, political reason.
La ringrazio per la sua domanda, perché coglie esattamente nel segno di quello che è la situazione attuale. Cioè noi non è che stiamo parlando di fonti che nel Medioevo venivano scritte e interpretate in quel modo lì. Noi stiamo continuando a presentare non solo i casi della storia, ma appunto anche i casi dell'attualità, usando quel tipo di linguaggio e continuando a sposare quel tipo di stereotipi, di stereotipie sulla presentazione di quella che è la condizione femminile. La cosa inquietante qual è? Che ogni volta in cui noi proponiamo, io dico noi nel senso noi che lavoriamo in questo settore da diverse parti, ogni volta che noi proponiamo una rilettura che è evidentemente quella che era il discorso che facevamo prima con la ragazza iraniana, oggi noi siamo in grado di dire ma quella perizia ovviamente è ridicolmente falsa, è vergognosamente falsa, ma basta che passi un decennio e già questo viene dimenticato. E ancora oggi, quando noi diciamo e proponiamo una risistemazione delle fonti, proprio perché non ci sia più lo scandalo nei manuali, nelle mostre, nei musei, di definizioni che vanno a
perpetrare quel tipo di letture, che sono letture false, veniamo immediatamente accusati di essere parziali, di essere poco lucidi, di essere poco accurati e quindi di voler... Ma il problema qual è? Qui c'è un problema di cui non si può parlare, è che se noi diciamo che il re è nudo, cioè se noi diciamo che abbiamo riempito arsenali di sciocchezze, significa dire che c'è molto lavoro da fare e quindi ritorniamo nella comfort zone di dire che da adesso in poi noi saremo attenti a come leggeremo quelle fonti, ma non è vero, non possiamo dire da adesso in poi, perché quando tutto ci parla in maniera opposta, non possono essere 4 persone informate che da adesso in poi faranno attenzione a non perpetrare quel tipo di errori, perché noi stiamo continuando a formare le nuove generazioni e stiamo continuando a parlare a tutti e a tutte, appunto dai banchi dei musei, dai manuali, da anche uno sciocchezzario che sappiamo viene soprattutto perpetrato da una certa stampa. Noi stiamo continuando a produrre e a far crescere quello sciocchezzario che purtroppo non arriva, che non ha nulla di scientifico e non possiamo continuare a dire che lo teniamo però perché buttare tutto a mare non si può. La cosa, scusa e poi chiudo, la cosa che mi scandalizza è che per le scienze dure questo si fa, per le scienze dure si fa, arriva una teoria che è maggiormente affidabile da un punto di vista scientifico e le vecchie teorie vengono buttate a mare. Per quanto riguarda purtroppo le scienze umane, questo non è possibile. Noi andiamo per accumulo e quindi se noi continuiamo a tenere le letture che sono più aggiornate, più scientifiche, più affidabili, insieme a tutte quelle che ovviamente non lo sono, è chiaro che noi perderemo sempre, perché noi abbiamo 2000 anni di interpretazione patriarcale, di fonti che hanno parlato il linguaggio patriarcale e di persone che hanno continuato a leggere quelle fonti con il pregiudizio patriarcale e quindi la nostra piccola voce si riduce ad essere uno starnuto.
Well, to translate the passion, Chiara has replied, you see, it's quite difficult. I can really summarize, and please forgive me if I don't really render the beauty of your words and your thoughts. Well, actually, it is that, you know, I go to the conclusions that we can, you know, in the scientific disciplines, if something is not going very well or something is overcome by other researches, there is no problem to get rid of the old stuff and to go ahead with the new ones. The same methodology cannot be applied to the human studies and the humanities, generally speaking, because as Chiara said, we should really throw away 2000 years of history, of not only of sources which evidently were written in a patriarchal system and they were talking for the time they were done and they were produced, but what is the real the worst aspect is that we are still trusting and using that sources without making any effort, if not by done by a very few of us. She's saying us as a scholars or people in the community who works with this kind of things. We're still trying to use those sources without the lens of the new lens of the new methodology. And of course, you know, the duty as instructors, as mentors, the duty of a museum, or the duty of any other kind of, you know, of human studies environment should be that of re-see and rewrite and reconsider certain aspects, but that this means that it's quite impossible. So the voices of a few, probably what Chiara wishes, the voices of few will resound just to avoid that, you know, the students in Tehran in 50 years will be considered not an insane and foolish girl, but just someone who was claiming from the rights of women to be free and independent.
No, ma io comprendo la tua reazione, perché anche per me è così. Io mi sento male quando leggo appunto le sovrascritte che vanno a commentare le mostre. È pazzesco, è pazzesco. Però è così.
Grazie.
Have you any other questions? Juliet.
Surely also one of the great important revolutionary innovations of Annales and Marc Bloch, and this is something, as you'll know, that Jacques Le Goff really established in medieval studies, is to transcend limitations of period constructs, temporal constructs, which in a sense have embedded the problems of invisibility and sources that have created these constructs, as it were, these constructs of the very kind of, the constructs around the sources that we study. So there's another sort of work to do in terms of the lens that you're talking about in thinking about things across time periods and across these constraining boundaries of periodicity.
Quello che dicevo, appunto bisogna proprio spicconare qui, perché appunto le incrostazioni sono proprio delle incrostazioni che non ci permettono semplicemente di ricostruire il contesto. Proprio questo è stato il grande equivoco. Noi dicevamo all'epoca ricostruiamo il contesto, ovvio, questo diciamo è la prima lezione del mestiere di storico, e andiamo a produrre dati. Loro ancora avevano questa grande fede, no? Nella grande quantità di dati, per quello loro amavano molto la statistica, dicevano se noi raccogliamo una quantità significativa di dati, quei dati saranno incontrovertibili e non sarà più possibile negare o cambiare senso all'assegno e senso alla storia. Invece noi dobbiamo ammettere che quel metodo non ha portato quello che noi speravamo, perché per quanto riguarda la storia delle donne non basta ricostruire il contesto, non basta portare dei testimoni che siano numericamente significativi, bisogna partire appunto dal fatto che ormai tutto lì è compromesso, tutto è stato incrostato, perché le persone che hanno raccolto quel tipo di testimonianze erano persone che le leggevano, e spesso guardate che i confessori fanno un'azione, per esempio nel caso di Francesca Romana, non è che loro diciamo leggono quello che la donna dice in maniera maschilista, loro vogliono proteggerla perché sanno benissimo che se loro non le metteranno in bocca le giuste parole, Francesca finirà come la sua coeva Finicella, cioè verrà bruciata al Campidoglio. Quindi abbiamo 20 metri di distanza dalla casa di Francesca Romana e dalla piazza dove negli stessi anni Finicella Strega viene bruciata, e vedete che siccome non c'è stato l'intervento del mediatore che gli ha detto aspetta, non dire che tuo marito ti picchia, perché è normale che tuo marito ti picchia, nessuno ti verrà a dire che non deve farle, ma ricordiamoci lo ius corrigendi è stato in Italia ammesso fino al 1968, quindi è evidente che loro cercano di proteggere in realtà queste donne, però appunto le forze che hanno agito nella sistematizzazione di quelle fonti sono molteplici, per cui il lavoro che va fatto è un lavoro enorme. È un lavoro enorme che poi alla fine ti porta a dover rileggere, come dicevo, sostituendo alla figura del diavolo quella del marito, ma tu ti troverai di fronte un plotone d'esecuzione che ti dirà tu non stai facendo bene il tuo lavoro, tu non stai procedendo in maniera scientifica, perché non puoi totalmente tradire la lettera della fonte. Cioè, il problema, soprattutto in Europa, è la fonte, c'è una venerazione, la fonte è un feticcio, la fonte non si tocca, cioè soprattutto nelle epoche passate continuano a dire ma ci sono le fonti. Ma cosa importa che ci sono le fonti se quelle fonti sono state scritte con l'intento preciso di negare la verità. Però ancora, ripeto, ho portato l'esempio di Dante perché forse è un esempio che chiunque può capire. Ancora oggi la metà delle biografie su Dante interpretano la cacciata di Dante da Firenze a seguito di un colpo di Stato come un'alternanza politica. Troverete scritto su migliaia di sue biografie che il partito dei bianchi ha perso come se si trattassero di legittime elezioni politiche. Quindi appunto come diceva il collega, non è solamente un problema di incrostazioni, è un problema che noi stiamo continuando a dirle quelle cose, noi stiamo continuando a leggerle quelle cose, stiamo continuando a non metterci d'accordo sui termini, stiamo continuando a dire che patriarcato non significa quella cosa lì, e che colpo di Stato non significa quella cosa lì. E ripeto, questa non è una posizione neutra, non è una posizione neutrale. Ci accusano, quando noi facciamo gender history, di voler essere divisive e parziali, ma chi ti accusa di questo non ha assolutamente una posizione né neutra né neutrale, lo fa per mantenere lo status quo. Lo status quo non significa semplicemente difendere il patriarcato, significa semplicemente che io ho una biblioteca e non posso dire che quella biblioteca è piena di sciocchezze, o che comunque devo mettere in campo di rileggere tutte quelle fonti, perché così come sono state sistemate non valgono nulla.
Forgive me. Well, so it's a probably most of you have understood, but I'm trying to summarize that the problem is the problem of course of the sources, and not only how the sources are still read with lens which are not properly done to read what is actually written in those sources. But it's also a problem when the sources were produced. So the case of Francesca Romana, Mattiotti, Chiara was saying that when Mattiotti was writing, was not only writing because he was, of course, living and was part of a patriarchal system and society, but was at this, whereas he was writing because it was part of his background, cultural background, but at the same time he was also trying to defend Francesca Romana, because right at the same time Francesca Romana was dictating her visions of the evil etc., a witch was burnt just a few blocks off the house where Francesca Romana was living, and she was burnt alive because she didn't wait for a person to dictate her words and to say that her husband was beating her, it was a violent man, and for this reason she was burnt alive. And so Mattiotti was trying to keep Francesca Romana alive and to make her say things that could be appropriately interpreted.
Sì, continueranno a dire lì c'è scritto diavolo, e tu non puoi dire quindi che lei sta parlando del marito, anche se appunto noi possiamo portare migliaia di altri contesti dove è evidente che sono delle donne che stanno parlando di una situazione di violenza domestica. E di che cosa stanno parlando? Visto che improvvisamente tutte quante cominciano a sollevare quel tipo di problema, però continueranno i colleghi e le colleghe a dirti lì c'è scritto diavolo e quindi basta, quella roba lì mettiamola nel campo della mistica. Nessuno ha mai capito cos'è questa mistica, ma la teniamo da una parte, prima o poi qualcuno lo capirà.
So it's a matter of fact that when she was speaking, she was talking of the evil. It was not the evil to speak, but it was her husband. But there will be a part of colleagues who will be saying, no, that is an evil. It is not her husband. That was a having that was speaking and doing that kind of action, but not Francesca Romana husband. So please just get rid of all these things and think that what she was writing was something belonging to the mystics, but no one still understands very well was a mystic. Mysticism has been, and therefore also the writing coming along. No more questions? No. So we
We really thank Chiara
Thank you,
a lot
Chiara.
for your passionate and inspiring lecture. And well, I'm really pretty embarrassed to stop this conversation because it was so interesting, but we need to go ahead with our conference. Fabio, did we fix the... Yes, perfect. So thank you, Chiara. Thank you for coming.
Thank you to you a lot.
If you want to stay with us.
I'm leaving because you know my problems.
I know. Okay, so let's go ahead with our conference. And wow, should be. I'm just thinking that Esther Taylor has just written that she will be presenting tomorrow because of the technical issues we have had. If you don't mind, since it is 4 o'clock, I will go ahead with the tea break. And after the tea break, we will have just one long section divided into different topics, starting with the Noelia Garcia Perez, and then going ahead with the other ones. And we try to recuperate sometimes since we are a little bit in delay. So it should be just 15 minutes tea breaks. So to start over punctual at 4:15. And we will be starting with Female Desire, Power and Motherhood and Noelia Garcia Perez and Melania Soler Moraton talks. Thank you. See you in 15 minutes.
welcome back. Welcome back to the second session of the first day of the conference, of Aiwac conference. So we go ahead with the session Female Desire, Power and Motherhood. The first to present is Melania Soler Moraton. Melania is a fellow at the University of Murcia. Her research focuses on the construction of female devotional identity at the dawn of Renaissance and the use of the medal in female artistic promotion during the modern age. She has published extensively on those topics in Podesta's Royal Studies Journal, and she is also editor of collective volumes like Mary of Hungary and Joan of Austria and Women Portrayed in the Modern Age, uses, functions, and form of display. Her forthcoming book is entitled Pietas Affectus, Gender and Devotion in Late Trastamara Treasures. So welcome Melania. Melania's paper is titled His Art and Portraits, Medal in the Modern Age, Motherhood as an Image of Power. Welcome, Melania.
Good afternoon. I would like to begin my paper by thanking the Congress team and the University of Arkansas Round Center for the wonderful organization of this first edition. I would also like to apologize for not being able to be with you in person. Due to professional reasons, Dr. Garcia Perez was unable to participate, but she asked me to pass on her congratulations too. To begin, To begin, we must understand that the modern age was the century of women. It was during this time that female rules enjoyed an unprecedented prominence, challenging the socially and culturally accepting boundaries for the female gender. In a context dominated by medieval theories opposing their governance, queens, regents, and female governors had to employ political, rhetorical, and visual codes for legitimize their position and consolidate their power. The representation of the queen played a crucial role in this respect, contributing to the creation and dissemination of images of power that stretched the authority beyond social prescribed roles for their gender. However, the fact that women in position of power lacked their own iconography tradition and were largely considered unfit to rule due to the physical and intellectual weakness led to the development of a representational politic that portrayed them as leaders capable of assuming top-tier political responsibilities. One of these approaches was the use of a Renaissance artistic element, the portrait medal. Born at the beginning of the 15th century in the Italian city of Ferrara, specifically in the act of reconciliation between the Greek Church and Roman Church, and even attend to the Pope Eugene IV and Leonello d'Este, two of the most renowned artists of the period, Battista Alberti and Antonio Pisano, were at the service of these distinguished figures. The collaboration between the two artists was key to the conception of the portrait medal. Alberti shared with Pisanello his drawings of Roman cameos and medals, as well as the bronze self-portrait he had created. Alberti's work inspired Pisanello, who, with the aim of commemorating the gathering in Ferrara, created the medal we can see on the screen. The fame of this new artistic typology became so widespread that only 100 years later, the author and cartographer Girolamo Rucellai stated that for every ancient statue we possess today, there are many, many medals around the world. For its part, motherhood was a key concept in the construction of the image of female power in the modern age. This is exemplified by the multitude of pictures produced by women belonging to royalty and nobility who are displayed with their descent in paintings, sculptures, and illuminations. Among the various types of this image, portrait medals are a very eloquent testimony in this sense. Not only was it desired and expected virtue for women of the modern age, but for queens, princes, and female governors, it would establish ties between major dynasty and even become one of the keys to exercise political and social power. Firstly, we will analyze how the use of these portraits in metal will be related to the role of women as warrantors of dynastic continuity. To this end, we will examine the symbols and allegories chosen by these women to be represented, the devices that accompany them, and other direct allusion to their fertility and the succession hopes placed in their marriages. This is the case, for example, of Joanna of Austria, the youngest daughter of Charles I and Isabel of Portugal, married her cousin João Manuel, Prince of Portugal, on January 1552. The marriage was another piece in the marriage political practice by the Habsburg and their predecessor, the Trastámaras, with the goal of establishing alliance with the neighbor court. Joanna's marriage was crucial for the history of the two Iberian countries, which would culminate with her brother Philip II ascending to the Portuguese throne and the dynastic union of the two countries. But that is another story. To commemorate the marriage, the sculptor and medallist Jacopo d'Atrezzo was commissioned to create the medal you can see on screen, now houses in the National Prado Museum. It depicts a young Joanna, now Princess of Portugal, at 16 years old. This portrait may be related to the one created by Cristobal de Morales in 1552. But without a doubt, what draws our attention is the reverse side. It features an allegory of Hispania, following the model of coins minted during the time of Hadrian. This fact not only demonstrates that Trezzo was familiar with the Hispanic Roman past, but also that it was a deliberate decision by both the artist and his patron, as Hadrian was an emperor of Spanish origin. The Hispanic character is emphasized here through the rabbit, a symbol of Spain. However, unlike Hadrian's coins, the Hispania on Joanna of Austria medal holds a wheat branch in her right hand instead of an olive branch. This small change transforms the meaning of the medal. Now, the allusion to peace, established by the olive branch, is set aside in favor of a direct reference to Ceres. Ceres is the Roman goddess of agriculture, good harvest, and more important, fertility. The choice of this allegory is related to the idea of peninsular unity, reinforced by the motto, Connubi Fructus, alluding to the prince's future motherhood, which will fulfill the desire for unification. This idea is further emphasized by the appearance of the god Terminus, who represents the boundary limits between neighborhood, that will be erased with the birth of a prince's offspring. Unfortunately, the marriage between Joanna and Prince João will be brief, as he will pass away in January 1554. By this time, Joanna, now the widowed Princess of Portugal, was pregnant with her only child. On January 1554, the last Abbess king of Portugal, Sebastian, was born. The Habsburg policy led Joanna having to return to Spain to serve as regent in the absence of her father and brother. She left her son, less than 4 months old, in Portugal, under the care of her mother-in-law and aunt, Catherine of Austria. Joanna will never see her son again, though she commissioned various portraits for different artists to watch him grow. According to chronicles, the Princess of Portugal received these portraits with great joy and affection, talking with them and kissing them in the absence of her beloved child. Similarly, these portrait medals were used to commemorate the birth of the desired son. It should be borne in mind that such births were not only the fulfillment of a social desire inherent to the female gender, that of proving offspring to sustain and establish their new dynasty, but also the establishment of these women in the position of Queen Mother. It's the case of Maria de' Medici, Queen of France. Daughter of Francesco de' Medici and Joanna Habsburg Hagejon, the marriage of Maria de' Medici to King Henry IV of France was primarily due to the French king's dynastic and financial concert. It was Henry's second marriage. In 1589, he had separated from Margaret of Valois, as she had not given him an heir. Therefore, providing an heir to the dynasty would be crucial for Maria and would define her image as mother of the dynasty. The first emblem related to this fact was created 2 years after the birth of the Prince Louis. The ear is displayed in this medal at the feet of his parent, portrayed as Mars and Minerva. Henry embodies the god of war through his armor, a sword at his hip, and a command baton in his left hand. This iconography directly references Henry's role as the peacemaker of the French territories after a long civil war. Meanwhile, Maria's personification as Minerva emphasized the era of prosperity, justice, and peace resulting from the marriage between the King of France and the Italian Duchess. The hope for this future is exemplified through the introduction of the portrait of the prince, the future Louis XIII. An eagle holds a crown over the prince, who had placed his right foot on the head of a dolphin and is holding his father's helmet on his knee. This medal celebrates the birth of a heir to the throne of France and establishment of the Bourbon dynasty. Without a doubt, the medal was the linkage of Henry and Maria, who authorized Dupré to reproduce it in different materials. If the model we have seen of Joanna of Austria refers to the future motherhood, and that of Maria de' Medici to fulfilled motherhood, this third and final case delves into the motherhood as the perfect instrument to legitimize an adverse political position. This is what we will see in the portrait medal of Catherine de' Medici, created between 1561 and 1565, which saw the queen accompanied with her sons, Francis II, Charles IX, and Henry III. This is a highly illustrative example that demonstrates how Renaissance female rules saw prominence with the men of their dynasty in these small metal portraits to legitimize, strengthen, and promote their political authority. Catherine became aware of the need to create her own iconography of power after the death of her husband. Following the death of her heir, Francis, only a year later, Catherine accepted the regency in a foreign country where Salic law prevailed, making motherhood a political position that legitimized her exercise of power. This is evident, for example, in the medal in screen by Antonio Boucher and Guillaume Martin. The early representation of Catherine in medals were always in relation to her husband. However, it is interesting to observe the iconographic evolution of this medal and to see how the queen gradually dispensed with her husband's image as she gains legitimacy in her role, associating her image with her children. It is very likely that the medal in screen was commissioned by Catherine herself, which will explain her representation of the reverse of the medal. Considering that the piece is dated 1565, when the regency period had already ended, we see that the presence of the queen image alongside her son Charles lacked political justification. However, it served as a visual confirmation, a clear display of the queen's power. On the reverse of the piece, Charles appears armed and laurel, wearing a medal of the Order of Saint Michael, with an inscription referring to the formal address reserved for the King of France, used as a title of sovereignty, His Most Christian Majesty. This was a statement of intent in the context of the severe religious crisis facing the country. The reverse, dedicated to the widow Catherine, refers to her as the most celebrated wife of Henry II and mother of the kings Francis and Charles. The queen is despised as a widow, following the official image created by François de Clouet after the king's death. The inscription highlights two fundamental aspects. It defines her as the most celebrated wife of the king, and it emphasizes her maternal link to her sons, which justify her position alongside Charles, not only on the medal, but also in the exercise of power. That same year, the second medal was created, in which with the queen image is focused on the reverse, while the reverse showed the faces of Francis, Charles, and Henry. This medal presents the past, present, and future of the dynasty, serving as a visual example of the continuity of the Valois and governance over France. A line of association secured with a common denominator, Catherine de' Medici, wife of Henry, and the most pious mother of Francis, Charles, and Henry, kings of France. Joanne of Austria, Maria de' Medici, and Catherine de' Medici are just three examples of the close relationship between motherhood, power, and the medal. We can affirm that during the early modern period, motherhood took on the role of a political tool in constructing the image of female power. This led to its expression in different forms, highlighting iconographies related to the fertility and dynasty, as well as pictures concerning the fruits of marriage, such as a dynastic portrait. The representation of this element on a typical Renaissance medium, like the medal, ensure easy reproduction, multiplication, and dissemination of this image. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melania. So now there is a little bit change in the program because Esther Taylor has asked to move, as I told you, tomorrow. And Erika Almenara, who's supposed to present at the end of this day, she has had previous commitment, so she has to connect online to home, and so she will presenting now. She's presenting actually in the section Queer Reflections, Lesbian Identities. I say aspettiamo, we do it at the end, okay. So Erika, okay, Erika. Erika is Associate Professor of Spanish and Director of the Comparative Literature and Cultural Studies program at the University of Arkansas. She was a Fulbright Senior Scholar and the President of the Peru section of the Latin American Studies Association. Her research and teaching interests include Andean oral, written and visual culture, literary, critical, subaltern, and post-colonial theory, as well as feminist and transfeminist theory. Dr. Almenera's book, The Language of the In-Between, Travesti, Post-Hegemony, Writing Contemporary Chile and Peru, locates alternate cultural production that stake a claim for the emergence of a language capable of exposing and transforming marginalization and oppression. Dr. Almenara is going to present the monstrous subjectivity of the trans and travesti body as creator of other ways of existing and being in Las Malas by Camila Sosa Villada. Thank you, Erika.
Thank you, Consuelo, and thank you, everybody, for attending this talk and to everybody who was involved in organizing this great conference. So I'm gonna change the register that we have been having mostly the whole day and talk about a novel, Las Malas, published in 2019, or Bad Girls, by trans Argentine writer and theater, film, and television actress Camila Sosa Villada, narrates the experience of life of a group of trans and travesti prostitutes who built a community of friendship and solidarity in Córdoba, Argentina. I use the Spanish word travesti in this presentation and not what could be its English translation, because the meaning in English would be like crossdresser, does not express or contain the realities of the Latin American experience, which is a post-colonial, ethnicized, and racialized one. Thus, the travesti is a deviant figure present in Latin American culture since before the colonizers arrived in the region, that was condemned and punished, taken by the colonizers as a sign of weakness, cowardice, and betrayal. Queer philosopher Giuseppe Campuzano states that the travesti is a subjectivity, and I quote here, that adopts theaters from the opposite sex. Although this is a legitimate purpose, it turns out to be a composite of male and female theaters which, while common to everybody at different levels, the travesti makes more explicit at the same time that they unveil the inadequacy of the existing gender norms, the exclusionary male and female, end of quote. More important, along with Campuzano, I consider that the travesti implies a full range of possibilities between the extremes of the masculine and the feminine, and is not the quest or production of another identity for the long existing list, but it is specifically for the Latin American context a transformative post-identity that moves away from the clean racial and racist distinctions and towards ethnic overlappings. Along with trans and travesti writers such as Claudia Rodriguez, Sofía Devenir, among others, Camila Sosa Villada adds to the Latin American travesti archive with books such as Las Malas. This is important because hegemonic literature in Spanish has ignored specific subjectivities, cultural organizations, and worldviews or cosmovisiones, such as the travesti ones. Las Malas narrates the story of Camila, who arrives to Córdoba and joins a group of travesti at Parque Sarmiento to be a prostitute. Here, she meets Tia Encarna, or Auntie Encarna, the mother of all the travestis and prostitutes, as it is stated in the novel. Tia Encarna teaches them to survive the violence against their subjectivities and provides them with a sense of belonging. To narrate this story, Sosa Villada uses a language that is different than the hegemonic one, what we could call a deviation from the official or hegemonic language, actually. Thus, in the novel, this language, as the narrator expresses, and I quote, is destroyed, sickened, confused, tear to pieces, and revived, end of quote. It is a language that, in queer scholar Diego Falconi's words, and I quote, tries to break with the binarism of Spanish and also of the academic world in order to rethink language and its power of representation, end of quote. Spanish sociologist and transgender activist Miquel Misé states, and I quote, that language plays a very important role in our identity because we define ourselves, think, act, and in fact exist through it, end of quote. Following this idea, the language Sosa Villada uses in Las Malas describes reality as it is experienced and negotiated by the travestis, figures that inhabit an in-betweenness of genders, sexualities, races, and ethnicities. It also constitutes the means these travestis use to communicate with other travestis and to experience themselves inside their communities, but also inside the heterosexual hegemonic world that excludes and marginalizes them. If speech about marginality is integrally tied to the naturally codified change of character, as Canadian scholar Matthew Edwards states, then this language, the language of the travestis, a language that creates different ways of existing, can resist the marginality produced by language that forms and deforms queer subjects. With this, we could say that what Sosa Villada does in Las Malas is to queer language to inscribe other ways of existing and experiencing life, as I will explain. I would like to mention first that besides queering normative and hegemonic language, the author also queers a normative and hegemonic Latin American literary style, the Real Maravilloso or Marvelous Real one. This style describes the magical realism in Latin American literature, which crosses the boundary between reality and fiction. The term was coined by Cuban writer Alejo Carpentier in 1949 in the preface to his novel, The Kingdom of This World. He explained how his stories were inspired by the marvelous but still real phenomena of reality. He found lo real maravilloso in daily life, in indigenous beliefs, traditions, or legends in the extremes and wonders of nature. Lo real maravilloso, or marvelous real, was also applied and transformed by later Latin American writers such as María Luisa Bombal, Juan Rulfo, and Gabriel García Márquez. Márquez, though, has been considered a pioneer of what has been called magic realism, which is a literary style informed by lo real maravilloso. Sosa Villada uses this same literary style to narrate trans and travesti subjectivities, and as she queers it, she deviates a heteronormative literary tradition that has excluded trans and travesti writers, at least in Latin America. Moreover, if lo real maravilloso and magic realism were used to represent Latin American reality that excluded these subjectivities, Sosa Villada corrects this by inscribing queer subjectivities under these literary styles, reinscribing and recreating them, the literary styles. For example, in Las Malas, there are characters that become animals, such as Maria, who changes into a bird. It also includes men without heads that are friends with the trans and travestis prostitutes that work at Parque Sarmiento. Tia Encarna is presented in the novel as the mother of all the monsters, and the novel compares travestis with zombies. These characters are considered by hegemonic logic inhuman and monsters. As North American scholar Judith Butler states, and I quote, "The very notion of the person is called into question by the cultural emergence of those incoherent or discontinuous gendered beings who appear to be persons but who fail to conform to the gender norms of cultural intelligibility by which persons are defined." End of quote. As is with the case of the travestis that appear in Las Malas. The bodies that Sosa Villada narrates in her novel are indeed improperly or inadequately gendered and experience a double exclusion due to the race and class to which they belong. They are socially categorized as inhuman or less than human, as they are marked by class subalternity and a bodily incongruity that leaves them exposed to economic precariousness and transphobic and sexist violence, to put it in Butler's words. However, due to these same characteristics, these bodies resist a reduction to single principles. As post-gendered bodies, they come from a non-decipherable place, even beyond the human, insofar as they are figures of absolute alterity. This is why they represent a break away from the certainties of the known and the usual, insofar as they are in constant alteration. Therefore, and following Chilean feminist critic Alejandra Castillo, we could think of these same bodies as bodies that are a place of dominance, but also of resistance. With this, I refer to the fact that these marginalized post-gendered bodies, because of their heterogeneity, can interrupt hegemony's unitarian force and propose new ways of living and building realities, reinscribing and expanding concepts such as motherhood and the family. In his article, Desencantos y Maravillas, Comunidad, Fracaso y Utopía Queer en Las Malas, de Camila Sosa Villada, Chilean scholar Ignacio Sánchez Osores states that Las Malas is a novela del fracaso, or a novel of failure, as understood by queer scholar Jack Halberstam, because the novel narrates the stories of failed lives, in this case, the lives of trans and travestis. The potentiality of this kind of narratives of failure, according to Osores, is that they deviate and degenerate hegemonic projects from the nation, such as motherhood, reproduction, the normative family, success, among others. Osores' ideas are related to the fact that queer lives and queerness attach themselves and transform the normative, pointing out to its instability is transigent reshaping, to quote North American scholar Joseph Pearce. This transformation of the normative, though, generated by the failed life of trans and travestis as explored in Las Malas, comes with different exclusions and extreme violences these subjects experiences. For instance, Tía Encarna, and I quote, muchos golpes ha padecido, botines de policías y de clientes han jugado al fútbol con su cabeza y también con sus riñones. Los golpes en los riñones la hacen orinar sangre. And this quote is relating how Tía Encarna received such violence that she pees blood. Trans and travestis bodies are inhabited by a historical pain, as Las Malas recounts that the violence perpetuated on them started during childhood and intensified during adolescence, especially from parents and classmates. This violence is a response, a reaction to these bodies' alterity that, as I mentioned before, are considered monstrous and inhuman. Nevertheless, Sosa Villada argues that it is from this vulnerability and monstrosity that trans and travesti bodies find their strength and power to survive in community. Such violences because, as the novel states, el dolor de una era el dolor de todas. The narrator and main character, Camila, expresses, and I quote, yo no estaría acá hoy si ellas no me hubieran defendido de policías y clientes de mierda. Estaría en una zanja seguramente. And she's explaining how she survived because of her community of trans and travesti friends. With this, Las Malas acknowledges the power of the trans and travesti community, esa hermandad de travestis mal miradas, mal queridas, maltratadas, mal pagadas, mal juzgadas, mal habladas, to quote the novel, but also the transformation they, together, united, perform of, and I quote, la venganza, el miedo, la intolerancia, el desprecio y la incomprensión, end of quote. As Las Malas states, las travestis se han transformado a sí mismas, which is translated into a saber transmitido or a transmitted knowledge that propose new ways of living and building realities, reinscribing and expanding concepts such as motherhood and family. Tía Encarna, for instance, finds a baby and raises him. She calls him El Brillo de los Ojos. The novel presents them as an alternative family. They are not the only ones, though. There is also Nadina, a male travesti, and Laura, a cis woman, who raise children together. As stated in Las Malas, all the travestis from the novel wanted to be mothers, a reality that is not conceived by normative or hegemonic narratives. According to Argentinian social psychologist, writer, and transgender rights activist Marlene Guayar, travestis are building other possible futures, and I quote, by breaking language, as this allows us to break our thoughts, our feelings, and actions. We invite other people to disidentify with everything that has been pre-established to rebuild an identity, end of quote. To this, we should add that through the vulnerability and monstrosity of the trans and the travesti, a different temporality than the linear one is proposed in the novel. Tía Encarna, for example, has 168 years, and it is explained that a year of life of a travesti is equal to 7 human years. Death is also resignified in Las Malas, as for the travesti means something different than for the rest of the population. With this, Las Malas proposes that the trans and the travesti, their monstrosity and vulnerability, habilitate other possible ways of existing and being in the world, performing una magia de índole más mundana, la que cualquiera podría hacer y no hace. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Erica. So next speaker is from Arkansas. Is David David Frederick is already online. Fabio, David. Okay. So David is a PhD classics, is an associate professor in classical studies and game design in the Department of World Languages, Literatures and Cultures at the University of Arkansas. From 2012 to 2021, he directed the Tesseract Center for Immersive Environments in Game Design, an award-winning educational game studio on the University of Arkansas campus. Frederick has over 15 years of experience teaching 3D modeling and game design, and has coordinated the production of sustainable 3D games and applications, as well as 2D storybook games and VR projects. He directs the Virtua Pompeii project, developing an AI application for intelligent searching and visualization of the corpus of wall painting in Pompeii. Frederick has published extensively on gender, sexuality, and representation in Roman literature and visual art, including the edited volume, The Roman Gaze, Vision, Power, and the Body, John Hopkins, 2002. So welcome, Frederick, and Frederick will be presenting Pictrix and Priapus, Queer Agency on Pompeian Walls.
Well, thank you so much for hosting the conference, and I'm really happy to be part of it. Obviously, wish I could be there in person, but remote is good too. And so you see in front of you a fairly famous picture from Pompeii, and that is of a female painter, it would seem, who has in her right hand a paniculum, a little paintbrush, and in her left hand sort of a palette for mixing paints, and they are sitting on a very fancy chair, Bicelium, and painting evidently a picture of a herm of Priapus or Dionysus. Scholars disagree on which one, with a large erection, and as a fairly ornately dressed, sitting on an ornate chair, painting this picture. On the one hand, this seems to be a representation of female agency that's rarely seen in terms of giving the painter who is female the paintbrush. On the other hand, there's this almost humorous disjuncture between the content being painted and the dress of the female painter, as it seems, and also the two onlookers who are also women and ornately dressed, as you see in the upper left. But I think, and so this is a transgressive painting in terms of what we might expect from Roman culture, but I think its transgression is even deeper than we might first assume on looking at this painting. And to get at that transgression, we're going to make what seems like a really abrupt left turn to Hedwig and the Angry Inch, which was an off-Broadway play that became a movie and then was reproduced as a play, a musical, very frequently. So it's fairly famous, and in Hedwig and the Angry Inch, the title character Hedwig grows up in East Berlin behind the wall, before the wall came down, but nonetheless is found attractive by an army sergeant named Luther, U.S. Army sergeant. And as a result of this relationship, Hedwig has an operation that removes Hedwig's penis, but isn't successful in putting a vagina in its place, leaving, as Hedwig would later say it or sing it in a song in this musical, Hedwig was left with a 1-inch mound of flesh where her penis used to be and where my vagina never was. And so Luther takes Hedwig to Junction City, Kansas, which is ironic to say the least, and pretty rapidly dumps Hedwig, who is left in a trailer park outside of Junction City and starts to eke out an existence as a sex worker and also a budding rock and roll star, glam rock star, and ends up in a relationship with a Jesus freak named Tommy Speck. I'm not making it up. With a Jesus freak named Tommy Speck, and like teaching him how to be a glam rock star. And as part of this relationship, they eventually make out. And in this process of making out, Hedwig will guide Tommy's hand down into Hedwig's pants, where Tommy will discover the 1-inch mound of flesh, which completely freaks him out. And so Tommy asks, "What is that?" And Hedwig responds, "It's what I have to work with." Tommy is so freaked out that Tommy leaves, and Tommy will go on to become actually a major star in the movie, like in the narrative, named Tommy Gnosis, a name that Hedwig gave to him. But on his way out, he declares, "I love you, Hedwig." And Hedwig responds, "Then love the front of me." And the reason I think this is relevant ultimately to the Pictrix that we saw in the opening slide is because of the prominence of this theme in Pompeian wall art. And we'll actually start with a sculpture of Hermaphroditus. And this is a famous sculpture. If you've been to the Palazzo Massimo in Rome, then you've no doubt encountered it. And this is also a surprise sculpture, sort of like the surprise that Tommy discovers with Hedwig, and that you usually approach this sculpture from, the head, and you walk around the backside of the sculpture and then around to the front. This is the typical itinerary of a visitor to discover this. And just from anecdotal observation, this frequently produces nervous laughter. People tend to grab their elbows, I've noticed. And the reaction is this a joke or what is happening? And the anatomical combination that we see here of breast and penis is, I don't think, the issue. And actually in Pompeian wall painting, this combination of like feminine features like swelling hips and breasts with a penis, that's not unusual in Pompeian wall painting. It's more the condition of the penis that sort of provokes the issue. And so is it erect or not? And of course, informed experts can disagree about the exact condition, and in print they have disagreed about this, but often enough in Hermaphroditus representations, as in the sculpture from the house of Octavius Cordio, there's very little question that the penis is erect, though notably quite small. So I've actually learned a lot from the work of Linnea Shede, from their work on Hermaphroditus and Hermaphroditus representations. And there's some really good, this is a Blocka text slide, which, sorry about that, but it's good text. And that is, Hermaphroditus as soft but occasionally hard, and no less lovely for it, has the capacity to confound expectations. The can be represented as simultaneously soft and hard, simultaneously desirable and desiring. And that is really the challenging aspect of Hermaphroditus, but I don't think the schematics is limited to Hermaphroditus in Pompeian wall painting. So that combination of feminine, and feminine is a word I lifted from Linnea's work, because I think it's so appropriate for describing this, not feminine, not effeminine or effeminate, but feminine, object of desire and erection. That's not specific to Hermaphroditus. It belongs to actually a large set, quote unquote, feminine erotic objects. So I think objects is a problem word as well, which may have erections. And it's a list, like Adonis, Cyparissus, Endymion, Narcissus, and Hermaphroditus. And here are some examples. And so we see here a picture that's now in the Gabinetto Segreto in Naples, and that is of Narcissus looking down at, say, their reflection, and has a little but distinct erection that's actually casting a shadow. And it's not uncommon to see this kind of pointing figure, the little Cupid down below with upraised index finger, which is clearly, I think, a pun for the erection that Narcissus has. Here's one that was recently discovered in the ongoing excavation. And there's no doubt that you have to look quite carefully to pick out this detail. And to be honest, almost no one ever has. Like, this is a fairly new painting, but of the other examples, some of which are from the early excavations at Pompeii, I don't know of any other scholars. People have seen it clearly. That's why that Narcissus is in the Gabinetto Segreto. It's not like, well, for a reason, right? But there's very little, if any, scholarly discussion that this is happening. And so you see here, the pointing figure is not a Cupid, but the dog at right, looking quite eagerly into the lap of Narcissus. And that's probably a clue that we should also look carefully there. And if we do, there is a little tiny erection. And this is a heavily damaged painting, another Narcissus, and it's going to be hard to see, and I don't know how big your screen is. This is painstaking work, analysis that's happening. And so you have to look carefully, but that direction is, I think, there. It certainly is there on the Cyparissus. In fact, so there that this erection had to be edited out. So on the left-hand side, you see a photo by Carlo Broggi from 1895, and a little zoom in on that. But then by the time we have a stock image from now in Bridgman Images, the erection has been blacked out. So I think these images declare it's what I have to work with. And the challenging part of that statement is that typically these figures, Narcissus, Cyparissus, Hermaphroditus, there's been an assumption that there's not much there to work with. That is very little agency. And I think this is a problem in terms of the larger way we approach houses in Pompeii and the Roman house. Well, the feminine objects of desire plus that erection, this can be scary, as in this painting from not the house of Diomedes, but the house of Dioscuri. And we see that the satyr has crept up on a assumed to be sleeping Hermaphroditus, who wakes up with an erection. That's the only part of Hermaphroditus's body that is colored red, which is an interesting way of capturing that color code that's in Pompeian painting. The satyr's freaked out, throws up a hand that is clearly also a pun or visual rhyme on the erection, and the satyr himself has the erection. But you can see he's like, oh God, no. And the Hermaphroditus is taking hold of his arm and seems to be implying this is not going to be so bad. What are you so afraid of? Which is exactly what Hedwig says to Tommy. What are you so afraid of? In fact, following that up with, you are such a fucking sissy. Okay, so very interesting. But this can also be profoundly attractive in Pompeian wall painting. For instance, Selene discovers Endymion, and Endymion has in this instance, pretty clearly defined erection. Again, the dog bottom right is urging you to look in that spot. The erection is got another visual pun in terms of the spear that's there in Endymion's left hand. Or this painting, Hermaphroditus and Silenus, and you can see that Silenus is not offended by the erection, but rather intrigued by the erection. And that erection actually will serve to put in play a cascading set of puns. Some of these are visual and some of these are verbal. And so there's the erection itself, the upraised hand that rhymes with the erection. Note that Hermaphroditus with the left hand is taking hold of the chin of Silenus. One of the Latin words for penis, it's a slang word, but it's quite common, is mentula, which means the little chin. The exposed foot is another kind of pun in that in Greek, like paeos is the word for penis, not one of many, but paeos is the word for penis. If it were to be contracted, it would be pous, right, foot. And there is seemingly another erection depicted on the silver cup that the Maenad is holding, and you see that right there. And then there's the thyrsus that's in the Maenad's left hand. So that one erection seems to call forth a lot of rhymes that are some visual, some verbal, that on the one hand are funny, but also point to Silenus's engagement with the erection. And my argument is that the feminine object of desire that has this erection is pointing to the importance of queer agency more broadly in the Roman house. And this has been almost completely ignored. And it's ignored because it challenges what I am going to call the charmed circle of interpretations of the Roman house and Roman sexuality. And this is clearly a term based on Gail Rubin's charmed circle of heteronormativity, which you see there's it's quite famous from 1980. And to me, it's like, well, this defines what's okay sexuality at the center and what's not okay, not heteronormative. And I think what we've got going on, it is in fact a kind of incrustation of an older way of not seeing these Pompeian wall paintings. And it has sort of four distinct collaborative or cooperating ways of forming an interpretation, I think, actually can't see this content. That is the penetration model itself, which was elaborated by Foucault and Dover in the 80s, widely adopted by Halperin, Amy Richland, Marilyn Skinner, and others, widely applied. Still, I think the general way of approaching Roman sexuality, but to be honest, it's based much more strongly in Greek evidence and tends not to look especially at certain kinds of Roman literary evidence or visual evidence. So penetration model is one. The male gaze theory of sort of feminist film theory, like Laura Mulvey. And it puts a premium on fetishistic scopophilia. And we'll talk about that. And then the emphasis on the vaginal orgasm, which in fact is still with us a lot, even though challenged by feminism. It's like, hey, there's this thing called the clitoris. It actually exists and is important. And so that's still a thing. And then the Roman house as powerhouse of Wallace Hadrill. And these four things, the four sort of charm circles, all get together to make it almost impossible to see that these erections are actually there. And they're not there on every figure. But it's something that you're invited to look for on all these various figures that we see in Pompeian wall painting. So again, a wall of text here, but it's Amy Richland explaining what the penetration model is. Basically, it divides Romans and Greeks, but here we're focusing on Romans, into the penetrators and the penetrated. The penetrators are the elite male property owners, active members of the cultures. They have agency, and the penetrated is everybody else, especially boys who are found attractive and penetrated, or women. And typically the boys are the enslaved, right? And so there's no in between. It's very binary. And I just don't think it's going to work for Roman space or the wall paintings that we're looking at. Gaze theory, as applied, like lifted out of feminist film theory and applied to art, as it very commonly has been, it's going to construct like an iconic set of perfect parts, lips, eyes, arms, legs, feet, all of it perfect, but we can't show you just that one thing. So the assumption is that there's nothing there. And in a lot of like classic Hollywood movies for which this was originally developed, in fact, you never see that. That's not true in Roman wall painting. You're frequently invited to look directly in the groin of these figures where you do see a thing, right? So this theory, and I'm guilty because in one of my earliest publications, I used it. And now I'm happy to say it was incomplete, because there's something there that we actually want to pay close attention to. But in sort of fetishistic scopophilia from this theory, you're not going to see it. You're not going to look for it. And so vaginal orgasm, and this is a nice summary by Jane Gerhardt of the work of Anne Coit. And Coit was really influential as a feminist and called a lot of attention to clitoral sexuality as something that really didn't conform to heteronormativity or didn't have to. Right? And this is still, in many ways, depending on who your gynecologist is, or like in terms of how we think about these things, it's still, incredibly enough, sort of a surprise. And clitoral sexuality in the penetration model for ancient Rome has been completely omitted, like completely. And that seems a problem. Last but not least, the Roman house is powerhouse. That is, it exists to sort of codify, express, impress visitors with the power of the dominus, which doesn't really pay attention that it seems like it's not unusual for Pompeian houses and Roman houses to be owned by women. It's not unusual for them to be owned by people who were enslaved, the formerly enslaved. Right? So that's a really large status transition. And the sexuality of that transition from enslaved to free, even if we argue, well, there's a male person there, it seems like it's quite fluid. And it's, hard to say, yeah, it's actually still binary, even though there's a very in-between, largely populated status of freed. Okay, so if you put all of these together, it adds up to the charm circles for reading Roman culture. The dominus penetrates, controls the gaze. The pleasure of his objects is vaginal, if any. Right? Note how problematic and limiting that is. The house is structured to enforce and display that power. these depictions, and again, not every one of these kinds of figures will have an erection. It's not universal. What it is, it's a universal question. Some of them do, some of them don't. The dogs are looking, you should look, right? Or the dead deer is looking, you should look, right? And this is a precise and nearly mathematical refutation of the Roman charmed circle. It's also the single most common theme in Pompeian wall painting by a mile. Like, this is not unusual. And as the new excavations go on in Pompeii, they're finding more and more of this kind of content, right? So the house exists to contain this content, to present it. So it's not marginal. It's actually pretty central in numbers. Okay, but the charm circle of Roman scholarship, looking back to Hedwig, refuses to see, let alone love, the front of these images. And so, doubling back to our pictures at the beginning, I think this is quite transgressive. And if we look carefully, more transgressive than we thought at the beginning. And that is, there is an erection that the seemingly elite Roman female painter is painting on the paint, and awkwardly enough, the painting that I'm going to switch to they now that they seem to be painting is actually down at their feet, interestingly enough, given the pun from before. Indeed, the right hand is holding a paintbrush, the left hand a palette. In between those two is this. Now, I know it's small, it's hard to see, right? But it is, attention is called to it partly by, again, the visual rhyme now of the paintbrush itself. And if we zoom in, it's perhaps a little easier to see. There is, as there often is in the lap of Narcissus, an erection here, I think. People can disagree, it's okay, right? But it seems fairly distinct to me, and it's meaningful. And so this pictrix may actually be in between pictrix and pictor, right? These gendered forms in Latin. And so if we really phrase the question, what is this erection? Is it an erect penis, a clitoris? What is it? And I think that's actually a really useful question for thinking about agency, the role of the enslaved in Pompeian houses. So this is a quote from 2002 actually, it's a really good article by Elizabeth Bartman about these images. Only it makes this point, which is straight out of the penetration model. That is, these images of sexy boys exist to glorify the owner, and whether they're living or sculptures, these sexy boys are sexual objects, and that's it. And so for me, there's a real problem because statues can't be freed, but enslaved Romans routinely were. When they're free, they often end up being economically quite successful, right? And they are able to own property. They're able to have their own enslaved people. They'll make elaborate funerary monuments for themselves, right? So they're celebrating their own history. They have a significant agency. And I think these wall paintings are really interesting to Romans because they're playing around with that mobility of that situation. And the Roman house, in part, exists to enculture and free these people. And their role in the house is far from simple. Many enslaved, while still enslaved, have significant agency. And so, again, I'm just rephrasing the angry inch, right, to point to this happy inch. It demands a reconsideration of these objects as subjects whose sexual interest and agency can't be reduced to the penetrated binary. So we have to rethink that house as powerhouse. And certainly in a way it is. You know, this very famous Priapus painting from the entrance to the house of the Vedi, it's not totally lying. Like, there is an agency powerfully enunciated there, but it's not the only one that matters in the house. And so, yep, but also this, right? So Roman house is also a queer powerhouse, and it exists to move its enslaved people out of that house and into a kind of freedom, which is still, you know, defined partly by a client-patron relationship that is still partly, I say, repressive maybe, but there is a lot of agency here, and to deny it is to really miss a vibrant, a significant part of Roman culture. So thank you.
Thank you, David, for your inspiring paper. And then the last of the day, Thomas Fischbacher. Yeah. Where are you, Thomas? I don't find you. I don't find you. Ah. Okay. Okay. So, and Thomas will present a paper, Queer Queens, Observations on the Visual Representation of Lesbian Love in Early Modern Times. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear Consuelo, dear Adelina, thank you very much for the invitation and the kind introduction. Very shortly, I have no vita, I don't know why, but anyway. Sono felice di essere tornato a Roma e onorato di parlare alla conferenza quest'anno. I start. Women who loved women in the early modern period have only been partially researched and have often remained invisible. The known cases mostly come from lower social classes and are often documented by court cases only, in which they were accused of favoring the ladies. Lesbian women from the social sphere of the high nobility, on the other hand, were above such accusations. In common reference works, however, some high nobility names are mentioned. Around half a dozen women in Central Europe from around 1650 to 1790 form the starting point of my study. I examined the images of these women and their partners, and also pictures that were commissioned or collected by them. From the large number of images, I present here only those that appear unconventional or whose individual details or general themes could possibly be read as references to their sexual orientation. And it isn't a surprise for some of us that I start with Christina of Sweden, if I can start, yes. Christina of Sweden inherited the throne at the age of 6. At 18, she was proclaimed king. And the first image I'd like to show is a tribute to the queen's reign. The inside of a clock shows Christina as Atalanta, attended by Moliga and hunting nymphs. During her reign, she was given the name Minerva of the North. And it's not surprisingly that we see her as Minerva. No other woman of the 17th century than Christina was depicted as often as Minerva, the goddess of wisdom and peace and protector of the arts. Among other things, she's also painted as Minerva in a bust, surrounded by the sparsely clothed arts of painting, poetry, and sculpture. The Muses are similar in representation and grouping to the traditional iconography of the Graces. Shortly before her 20th birthday, she started an attachment with a young woman named Ebba Sparre. Christina called her La Belle Comtesse and her bedfellow. Both women were depicted in very similar poses. I would call them friendship pictures. In 1653, Ebba was married, and when Christina left Sweden after her abdication in 1654, she cut her hair short and donned men's clothes as soon as she crossed the border. In 1656, she finished a letter to Ebba with the words, "Only when I die shall I cease loving you." But Christina was also famous for her erotic interest in other women, as many reports say. She became one of the few historical icons of the women's and lesbian movement. This was one of the reasons for Greta Garbo to take on the leading role of Christina of Sweden in 1933. Mary II, Queen of Great Britain and Ireland, exchanged as a young girl letters with her friend Frances Apsley around 1617. You can imagine how old she was, in which each other referred to themselves as husband and wife. "I have to tell my dearest dear husband that I am more and more in love with you every time I see you, and love you so well that I cannot express it no way but saying I'm your louse and bosom, and would be very glad to be always so near upon any condition." In 1672, Mary was painted as Diana, and in 1674, she played the title role of Callisto in a courtly masquerade. Callisto was a follower of the goddess Diana. In Ovid's story, Jupiter disguises himself as Diana to seduce Callisto. We would have seen a lesbian seduction in the scene. Even when Mary was already married, she continued to write love letters to Frances Apsley. In her portraits, Mary appears in, let me say, sloppy clothing, or with her head propped up. In 1619, Mary commissioned a gallery of beauties nowadays called the Hampton Court Beauties, which follow the type of the full-length official portrait with a tendency to déshabiller, to sloppy clothing. Anne, later Queen of England, Scotland, Ireland, initially imitated her older sister Mary and also maintained a correspondence with Frances Apsley. In her portraits, Anne also appears in sloppy clothing. She had a passionate relationship with Sarah Churchill, Duchess of Marlborough. In both pictures I present here, she's shown with her head propped up. Around 1685, in order to overcome class boundaries, Anne and Sarah began to correspond as Mrs. Smalley and Mrs. Freeman. It's unclear whether the two women's close relationship was also sexual in nature. Their correspondence does not allow such a statement. Sarah was later replaced by Abigail Masham, who was also painted in sloppy clothing. Sarah herself later insinuated that Anne had lesbian tendencies and had a physical relationship with Abigail Masham. In 2018, the relationship between the three women were discussed in the film The Favorite, which I can recommend. Isabella of Parma, the first wife of Emperor Joseph II, had musical talent and played the violin excellently. She started a relationship with her sister-in-law, Archduchess Mary Christine, well documented by 195 letters from Isabella to Marie Christine, mostly written in French, sometimes in German. One day, for example, Isabella wrote to Marie Christine, dass ich sie rasend liebe und dass ich hoffe, sie gut zu küssen und dass ich entzückt sein werde, sie zu sehen, sie zu küssen und von ihnen geküsst zu werden. I love you madly and I hope to kiss you well. Also, that I will be delighted to see you, to kiss you and to be kissed by you. For your better understanding, the verb to kiss also meant the sexual act in many languages at the time. Isabella was also talented at drawing, as was her sister-in-law, Marie Christine. Based on templates, Marie Christine drew, for example, Habsburg family scenes like this, or a self-portrait. It might be of interest to examine the background of the pictures in more detail, which Marie Christine decorated with her own drawings, probably also based on templates. Of course, there was no picture of the two women making love. This is a contemporary queer fantasy. Our last example deals with Marie Antoinette, a younger sister of Marie Christine. In 1770, Marie Antoinette married the later Louis XVI, King of France. In the same year, we see her in a red riding dress. The female riding costume was adapted from the male wardrobe, first by English and then by other European women. A typical part of masculine clothing was a fashionable tricorn hat. The closure of the vest and skirt were fastened from left to right, like men's clothing. A project for Ex Libris shows Marie Antoinette in court costume, grabbing a lyre from Cleo, the muse of history, surrounded by the three naked graces who had to be dressed for the final version. Marie Antoinette is also depicted as Hebe, as Vestal, as Minerva, and as Venus. Marie Antoinette had singing lessons and learned to play the harpsichord and harp. We see her demonstrating her musical skills and playing the harp while being painted. Her first favorite was the Princess de Lamballe. Attractive, with luxuriant blonde hair and blue eyes, the young widow became Marie Antoinette's lifelong confidant and superintendent of the royal household. There are two important things to discover in her portrait. One is a sloppy clothing, once again, in a chemise dress, the sartorial success story of the 1780s. Women wore it before as their main underwear, and it was formerly known as a dress of prostitutes. The other thing is her smile with the bad teeth, a feature that until very recently in portraiture had been unthinkable. It suggests a state of heightened emotion or the shiver of awakening sexuality. The second favorite was the Comtesse de Polignac. Coming upon this angel-faced beauty in 1775, the young queen experienced what has been called a superheated falling in love. Her portrait shows the same features as before, complemented by a heated blush on her cheeks. In her own portrait, Marie Antoinette is painted without smile in the traditional Versailles mask of fixity, but also with heated blush on her cheeks and wearing a chemise dress. Once again, I would call these paintings friendship pictures. When the Queen's painting was exhibited in the Salon in 1783, it caused an outcry as being far too intimate and informal. It had to be removed, and a month after, a new, larger, and more formal portrait of the Queen was installed in the same pose, wearing an elegant lace-trimmed dress made of silk. Only the heated cheeks remained. Finally, we see her riding like a man, sitting astride and wearing masculine breeches. In the years leading up to the revolution, anti-royalists secretly published pornographic literature designed to inflame public sentiment against the Queen. She was depicted in various lesbian scenes with the Princess de Lamballe and the Comtesse de Polignac. Even if there is no written evidence from those involved, the stories and the images were taken as true. In 1825, the lesbian diarist Anne Lister visited Marie Antoinette's cell with her lover, who dropped the queen's name as a clue to her sexual interest when they first met. So Christina of Sweden became the first, and Marie Antoinette the last lesbian icon in early modern times. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you, Thomas. So just for your information, Melania had to leave because she had class, and Erica had to leave too because she had a meeting, an online meeting. So for those who want to have questions, we have, I don't know, David, are you there? Fabio, is David online? Okay, so we have David and we have Thomas, actually. Yes. Has anyone questions for David or Thomas? No? Okay. Yes, please.
It's not more a question, but something to add to your presentation that I don't know if you know, but it's something very interesting. The portrait of Marie Antoinette with the chemise, now it's in Germany because she was after became a present for one of her friends from the time she was educated in Vienna, and one of the princes of Hesse-Darmstadt. And it's also interesting that she had another copy made for the other sister of the princess of Hesse-Darmstadt. And when Marie Antoinette has been judged at the tribunal during the revolution, they showed during the trial the few objects she still has with her, and she has just two portraits, two miniatures of the princesses of Hesse-Darmstadt. So it's quite interesting also really to understand how much this kind of portraits could be something intimate for her, even if it has been publicly exposed. And also something interesting about that portraits, and we know it from the memories of Elisabeth Vigée-Lebrun, the painter, is that at the beginning, Elisabeth wanted to paint Marie Antoinette with really lower hair in that painting, but Marie Antoinette refused. So it was really a bit of compromise between that idea that I want to show how I'm really a modern women who want to wear a comfortable, intimate dress, but with a compromise with the fact that, okay, I still have to be a bit careful because, of course, I'm the queen, so I have to have my hair well presented for the public. But by the way, as you explained well, the public didn't react well at all, and so the painting has to be removed and replaced with a very formal version with the silk dress, etc. So well, it's just something to add because I found it very, very interesting. Yeah, welcome.
Any other questions? Well, yes, Giancarlo.
I had a question for David regarding the. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Regarding the use of the erections on female bodies, was it more like reclaiming the sexual drive usually presented towards men, or was it just because of the the visual aspect? So to get the message across that women could also be sexually aroused. Was it sort of making fun of the over sexualization that was giving towards men, or is it more the visual aspect?
You know, it might be both. And I say that because there's a lot of Roman satire, and like in Roman literature, and like Juvenal and other Martial and other Roman satirists. There's obviously a lot of poking fun at women's sexual drives, and it's interesting that that literature, while recognized by the penetration model, has always been taken as exaggeration or demeaning, and not, you know, it is in its sense aggressive and demeaning in that sense, but it may on the flip side also be a recognition of agency and a kind of power on the part of the feminine. And I think it's important to recognize that I'm not sure that these wall paintings of Narcissus and Cyparissus and Adonis, etc., that they're that binary, right? So I think they are intentionally not. And I think that's because the status of the enslaved, that many of whom will eventually be freed, that status isn't, from a status standpoint, binary, right? It's mobile. And I think it's hard to say, well, which is it of these two choices? I think I'm going to answer both. How about that?
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Giancarlo, I'm sorry. Juliet, can you bring the microphone to? Thank you.
So a question for Thomas, actually, to follow that really interesting point made by David Frederick. I mean, is there a way in which you could look at this kind of construction of particular lesbian love also in terms of a kind of non-binary relationship? I mean, if you think, I suppose we think about all these aristocratic women, these particular aristocratic women. Marie Antoinette famously was a child bride. You know, there were famously concerns about, you know, her sexual fecundity, whether she could produce the next heir. You know, this sort of relationship is such a, you know, an unimaginably vexed one. So, I mean, to what extent really are we looking at, in some ways, you use the word friendship, a kind of extended construction of friendship, which is both sexual, but which also kind of maybe differences that idea of a binary kind of love?
Thank you very much for your question. I really can't answer it. What I tried to research was, I read this article by Patricia Simmons in 1994, where she talked about the lesbian invisibility in Italian Renaissance, and she suggests that Diana would be the right figure to express it. And that's where I started to find out, is Diana working for those ladies as a symbol? But it doesn't. Obviously, we only found Diana once. So I wasn't interested in the relationships I was interested in the visualization of a lesbian relationship. So I didn't care about what you'd like to ask me about the situation, about the lesbian, how to the definition we should give about those relationships. I don't know. I just took all the gossip together, who's spread around those women, and looked at their pictures. Nothing more.
I'm just wondering whether particularly around those sort of pornographic prints that were circulated, whether we're kind of walking a line here, that because there is obviously, these are highly voyeuristic, and the relationship as to whether a kind of shall we say, a kind of positive sexual identity for the specific actor comes out of those pornographic prints, I think is highly contested and debatable. I mean, the role of Anne Lister is very interesting in relation to this as a diarist whose activities are about a known trajectory of lesbian love. And the sources of Anne Lister now, which have been really, exciting in their insights. But these aristocratic women, I mean, how far, in a sense, are they practicing, not so much rehearsing, but how far are they practicing modes of love, modes of sexual love, which might not be the same as a figure, for example, like Anne Lister? So, I mean, I think it raises a question, those questions, those prints pornography Marie Antoinette. I mean, I think there is a deep question that those are not agentive images circulating in those contexts. Or is there another side? Is there pornography circulating for these courtly relationships in that sense?
Sorry, all I can say is that these pornographic pictures are political inspired.
Yes.
Whether I don't even for Marie Antoinette, I have no written evidence, no letter from Marie Antoinette to Polignac or Lamballe, where they were right about their feelings or their love. So it's nothing I can really grab. The only thing is I can see from the outside, from the publication. Well, that's all.
It's a tantalizing question.
Yes, it is.
Well, but Marie Antoinette was also accused of pedophilia, no, towards her son, 6 years old son. But that was probably made as, propaganda, political propaganda. But I think that your talk, Thomas, fits perfectly in Chiara Mercuri's, lectures. And so the way we should reread the sources to see if, we are, but not only, of course, for the study case of Marie Antoinette, but just also going back to Christine of Sweden and really not trying to map sources and to see the effectiveness of the which I do believe it existed, starting from Amaryllis and Mirtillo. The pictures is an evident mean of was speaking out for something different, not just the pastoral and the mythological story of it. But yes, I think that the way we should reread some sources also to better understand. Beyond the legal constraints, because it's a matter of fact that homosexuality in many countries is still prohibited, so it's considered illegal. So I think that really Chiara Mercuri's talk and your talk are really talking together to try to give us tools to go over and to better understand what really happens, or at least try to. Any other questions? No? Well, we're at the end of the first day. So a little bit late, but I think that we have really been delighted about a lot of inspiring talks. And so the dinner will be served at 7. I would propose to rejoin all here, and then we go together to the dining room, which is not exactly Marie Antoinette's dining room, but it will be pretty much. And thank you so much, and see you in an hour.